Peace. Let me know when y'all can see or hear me. Sorry about all that extra noise in the background. I didn't realize I was live. Peace, peace. What's good, family? Let me know when y'all can see me and hear me, and if the sound is okay, because I'm hearing a lot of extra noise in the background. I think let me make sure I'm not. Peace. Let me know. Sorry about all that extra noise in the background. I didn't realize I was live. Peace, peace. What's good, family? Let me know when y'all can see me and hear me, and if the sound is okay, because I'm hearing a lot of extra noise in the background. I think let me make sure I'm not. Peace. Yep, I definitely. Sorry about that extra noise in the background. I didn't realize I was live. Peace, peace. What's good, family? Let's try this then. Let me know if you can see and hear me now. I know you can see me. Let me know if you can hear me. Sounds better. Okay, you can hear me now. Okay, beautiful, wonderful. Let me go live on Instagram real quick. I was gonna try to do Instagram and Facebook and YouTube, but that's just too much for me. And I don't feel like having to be thinking about all that. So give me just a second. Instagram finally freed me. I finally got out of the Instagram prison, so. Let's see. Okay. All right, I'm live on Instagram. What's good? How y'all doing? I missed y'all. I'm gonna give it a second just to let everybody come in on Instagram. Peace to my brother. How you doing in New York? What's good? I missed you guys. I'm gonna give it a second, let some people come in. What's up? What's up? Peace, peace. How y'all doing? How y'all feeling? How y'all thinking? How y'all living? I'm really, I'm in a really good mood right now. So I said, let me sit down and and talk to my people. I haven't done any content in a while. So, you know, I felt like this was a good time, particularly because I've been, you know, occasionally posting some heavy stuff. And because I am in a good mood, I'm in a good space right now. You know, I wanted to come build with y'all, see how y'all doing, see what the vibe is, what the frequency is. What's up, Fibonacci Brown? How you doing, Queen? Marquez, what's good? J Star, peace family. I know I missed you guys too. What's up? What's up? KJ Enterprises, how you doing? Let me see. I have been extremely missed. Much love. I appreciate that. General Mosquito. What's up? How y'all doing? Man, it feels like I haven't been live in a year. And actually, when I went to, what's up, Roy? How you doing? When I went to set up my YouTube live, I realized that they've set up a whole new configuration for how the lives are set up. So I'm doing this through my Zoom now, my Zoom account on YouTube. So hopefully everything is copacetic. If you have any technological issues, those of you, the handful of you that have my number, please text me and let me know so I can get it together. But it looks like I'm good on Instagram and I'm good on YouTube. So how are y'all doing? This is a beautiful day, March 4th, 2022. I got a lot in my head and in my heart. I've been busy doing a lot of things behind the scene, you know. For those of you guys that are on YouTube, peace, Roy, peace to the God. For those of you guys that are on YouTube, you may not be able to, if you've been following me, if you followed me in the past 2 months, you're probably not going to be able to comment because I have restricted the people who can comment to those people who have been subscribed to me prior to the last 2 months, because, you know, I always have to shake and bake the suckers or the trolls, as they say. So much love to anybody that might be here that followed me in the past couple of months that might not be able to comment. I appreciate you guys. And, you know, if you want to come through on Instagram, you can do that. Just don't come with no stupidity. Okay. What's up, Sheba? So I'm going to be going live also on, not going live, but doing Clubhouse this weekend with my homegirl. She's in the chat room. Talking about this frequency war element. And as you know, Clubhouse is just a little bit more, it's less censored than these platforms. So I can speak a little bit more freely there. It's either going to be Saturday or Sunday. We haven't decided yet. But yeah, you guys come through. And I'm going to talk about some of the stuff that we're going to talk about this weekend. But yes, I am fasting. What's up, Kay? Today is day 1. I will be fasting until Sunday, breaking my fast on Sunday. So shout out to everybody that's fasting with us, you know, doing that God body work. That's what we do. Raising the vibration, raising the consciousness, and really kind of getting ourselves into a higher vibrational element, so to speak. I'm going to talk about that, you know, recent combative situation that I experienced on YouTube. Somebody just mentioned it in the chat room on Instagram. And that's part of what we really gonna get into on a Clubhouse this weekend. You know, this war between men and women, which is a variation of the war between good and bad, evil and, you know, righteousness. And not to say that, you know, the man or the woman is any of those things, but all of these things are directly connected. And the level of angry, negative, demonic vitriol energy towards women, Black women in particular, is completely out of control, particularly when it comes to, you know, social media. Yeah, so I had to really kind of take my sword out on this dude. And I'm not gonna, mention his name, because to me, he's just a frequency. All of them at this point are just a frequency. I've had to, I'm trying to be nice about this, but I've had to, get in some people's chests over the years. And interestingly enough, I've gotten, messages. Most of the messages were very positive, love, appreciation, specifically from women, for me standing up for myself and for standing up from all women. And then I've gotten plenty of messages from men who have, big me up for defending myself and for the way that I represented myself. And then I've had a couple of peasants that have hit me up too. Teachers looking for students, and I'm sure they're tuned in right now. Just let's stay in a good space, and we won't have to go there today. Like I said, I'm in a really good mood. This life is just really good right now, and I'm not going to let anybody get in the way of that. But I also need you guys to understand that I am a warrior. So if I have to go into warrior mode, like, stop sending me messages, telling me that I'm off my square. If I'm a warrior, then when I'm, doing what I got to do, then I'm not off my square. I'm on my square. You know what I'm saying? I never said I was Mother Teresa, or, purely just operating in this kind of love and light, high vibrational space. That's not even reality. And I grew up in Oakland, California, and have had a very strong variation of experiences in life that have really kind of, validated the fact that I'm a warrior, and validated the fact that I'm here to bring light in the midst of darkness, and speak truth to falsehood. So, I need you guys, when I do that, to, respect that. You know what I'm saying? If I'm dispensing myself, respect that, and I think that in the bigger context of things, I was very surprised that, that rant and that trauma-based hatred and vitriolic energy was allowed to go on as long as it did. That was the thing that, kind of shocked me the most. It's one thing for, somebody to be talking out the side of their neck. Clubhouse is the Wild Wild West, so anybody can kind of come on and give their perspectives. But when we start letting, these dudes hold the mic, so to speak, and speak that angry, vitriolic, demonic type of energy, well, then there's going to be a problem. And if men aren't going to defend me, then you better believe that I'm going to defend myself, and I'm going to snatch your soul before it's all said and done with. So it is what it is. I don't like having to go there. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty much why I don't do a lot of lives anymore, or even just, I stick and move on social media, because I don't want to do that. I'm saving my energy for, BILL hates and all of those type of people. You know what I mean? Like, I'm here to fight the real war, the spiritual war, not these peasants. But the peasants are good for practice. You know what I'm saying? So, what's good, family? How y'all doing? I might bring somebody up in Instagram if you guys want to have a conversation. Maybe we can do that. So if you want to join me, just kind of hold tight. And if you put in a request, I will bring you in. But yeah, it's a lot of stuff going on in the world, y'all. And obviously I can't speak freely because Satan is watching. And at this point, when I'm talking about Satan, I'm actually talking about artificial intelligence. There's a whole new dimension of consciousness now that we have to be cognizant and aware of. But my pages have been extremely, extremely censored. My Instagram stories used to average 1,500 to 2,000 views. Now I'm getting like 100 to 150 views. So they are, the algorithm is working against me at this point. So if you guys do follow me, make sure you go to my page, share my content. You can't add me because, of all of that stuff, but comment on my posts, share my posts, because, if you guys aren't seeing the content, then I can't do, or I'm not able to do as much as I can in terms of, kind of helping you guys to stay in the right space and to, be confident and feel secure and feel strong in terms of where we're headed. We're in a calm right now before a storm. And that particular storm is in how we experience it, or you experience it, is going to be based on your level of consciousness, how you're thinking, how you're feeling, and how you're living. So I'm just, here to try to do my part. And at the same time, put some information out into the world that can help you guys. It's funny because I've really been struggling, and I know I've said this before, but I feel really disingenuous to know things that the world needs to know and not talk about it. You know what I'm saying? And so I get messages when I'm talking about, the scientific war element. People don't want me to talk about it. They want me to be in that metaphysics, spiritual, high vibrational place. And that's not even how reality works. I was thinking about this last night. Your blood, not your blood, your brain releases cortisol when you are experiencing high levels of stress, and specifically when danger is headed your way. So our bodies are physiologically and biologically already set up to warn us when danger is coming. So that whole notion that everything is supposed to be positive, love, and lights, no, that's not even realistic, because look at the way our bodies work. Look at the way our brains work. The creator, through an evolutionary process, understood that light and dark are always going to be battling, in a sense, always present and always battling. And so if that's the case, then how can it all be love and light? So I have been struggling because I don't want to be coming online and telling you guys stuff that is really kind of scary. But how can I not if I know it? And how can I not if God has given me the temperament and the vision and the mind to be a researcher, to inform us of what's going on? It just seems really disingenuous to me, right? So I try to balance it out. But on days when I'm in war mode, kind of, and when I say war mode, I wake up sometimes breathing fire. You know what I'm saying? Because of the blatant disrespect that's being, kind of immersed on our planet, the blatant disrespect of nature, the blatant disrespect of humanity, of children, of elderly people. I can't believe that we as human beings have allowed this to go down. And I'm really feeling like if there were more warriors among us, you know what I'm saying, that maybe we wouldn't be in this position. I feel like the spiritual community has really not done its job. And so the last thing that we want, much love to you guys for the super chats. Much love. I appreciate you. Blessed and unbothered. That's right. That's what we're striving for. That's the move. And somebody else sent another one too. Pardon me for not mentioning it. But yeah, I feel like we've become punks and cowards, and you know what I'm saying? And I'm just not built like that. And I'm not talking about no street brawl. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about a spiritual war and having the courage and the heart to actually speak truth to falsehood and to actually address what's happening in the world. So here we are in award show. We're in the award show timeline right now, right? We went from the Super Bowl to the NBA All-Star Festival. I think there was like 2 awards, the SAG Music Awards, and then what was the other one? The NAACP. I think the Essence Music Festival is coming up this month. The Grammys are probably right around the corner. So we're in award show seasoning right now. So their timing, and obviously, we have this situation going on across the pond, this white on white crime that's happening in Europe. And I'm, guys, bear with me because I have to be careful. Peace to the guy, Raheem Shabazz. What's good, my brother? Elementary Genocide, part 1, 2, and 3. I'm in part 1 or part 2, the DVD. Yeah, I'm looking at the timing, right, of what's happening in Europe. And then simultaneously, they're kind of loosening the ropes, so to speak, in America, all over the world, actually, rolling back these, these satanic laws that we've all been subjected to over the last year and a half. And now all of a sudden, everything is good again. No, it's not. And when I'm talking about the spiritual community and the metaphysics community, we are supposed to be preparing people, whether it's a spiritual war, whether it is a mental war. We are supposed to be arming people with the tools and the resources and the knowledge and the information in order for them, so that when the SHIT hits the fan, that they're not losing their minds because they don't know how to cope, right? So when I wrote The Scientific Intervention in Our Affairs in 2015, that was my intention, to give people resources so that they would be armed with knowledge and information so they wouldn't succumb to what's going on. And I know for a fact that hundreds, if not thousands of people around the world said no to the you-know-what, because I've been on my job. So this notion that, we need to act like none of this is happening. Yeah, but we could be saving lives. You know what I'm saying? We could be giving people the tools and the resources so that they don't become victims to this game and this propaganda. I have a Telegram channel. It's ZaZaAli Uncensored. I am doing the Kingdom Within presentation. Everybody that came to my Los Angeles event in October, let me tell you guys what happened. And this is why I talk about artificial intelligence. So, excuse me. And if you guys want to, if you're on Instagram and you want to live, conversation with me, just hang tight. I may bring 1 or 2 people in, check the vibe and see what it's like. But I had my presentation set up. I couldn't do the presentation live in LA. So I just said, okay, I'll film it, and then I'll just send it out to everybody that attended. Shout out to everybody that was with me in LA. I know some of you guys are watching. And so I'm sitting at my desk, and, I was going in and there was new stuff to add. So I was kind of twerking it and adding some things and taking some things out. And my homegirl, Lori, was actually here with me. Do you know that there was one particular video about the swab that goes in the nostrils? And I played the video. I was moving some things around, and my whole entire computer shut down. And when the computer shut down, when it came back up, the presentation was gone. I was doing it in Keynote. I had saved a second copy. So I had the initial copy of the presentation, and then I have the second copy of the presentation. And remember, you guys, I'm looking at this camera and this camera. So pardon me, YouTube, if I'm not looking directly at you guys. The chat room and I'm trying to stay abreast with both. Much love, Antoinette. I appreciate you, Queen. So computer shuts down. The first copy of it was completely deleted. So, but I wasn't panicking because I still had the additional copy because I made a second copy. So I go back into it. I'm not really exactly sure what happened yet. I'm thinking there's something wrong with my computer. So I go back into the file and open it up again, and the computer shuts down again. And my computer has not done this and given me this error message since this happened. This was in late October, mid-October. So basically, long story short, my computer shut down, gave me this weird error message in English and Japanese and like 3 or 4 other languages. And it completely deleted both of copies of my presentation. Now, it took me, 3 or 4 months to put this presentation together, right? So, and my homegirl Lori was here with me, and I was freaking out because it's, Keynote, one thing, but there's something going on now. It's not just what you post on social media. It's not just what you put on Instagram or, YouTube, etc. Artificial intelligence is actually like in the system now. And I think that because Keynote is obviously, owned by Apple, that they are flagging content that contains certain words, certain languages, certain language, or certain information. Now, I also know what I do when I do my presentations, I save the videos. Let's say I, find a video about whatever. So I save that particular video using either KeepVid or one of the other software programs. Like I could download YouTube videos using a software program. So much love, Sheba. Thank you, Queen. So I'm when you save the video, it still has that original marking, if you will. It's still tagged because it's still the original video, that the first person put up. Now you just saved it to your system. So what I'm doing now, and I think I've gotten around that because, I'm not even doing the presentation in Keynote at this point, but I haven't had any more issues, is I'm just screen recording everything. And real-time player on my Mac is, I didn't know, but I figured this out after I went through all of that. Like, no, I'm not about to keep putting presentations together and it keep, I put 3-4 months of work into that presentation. So now what I'm doing is screen recording these videos. So if it's a, 20-minute video, then I got to sit and watch the whole 20 minutes and let it screen record. And then that way it doesn't have that original stamp or, saved from that original file onto my computer. But I'm saying all of that to say that really, first of all, it took me 2 weeks to get over it because, it's a lot of work. But then it really kind of like set me up straight in terms of how we are operating on these, different platforms, and also this, artificial intelligence. I did have it backed up on an external hard drive. That's what I'm saying. It deleted the file from my hard drive. The Keynote presentation, let's say, ABC presentation is saved in this file on my hard drive. That's where it actually deleted it from. So there's some there's some stuff going on with artificial intelligence, and that we really have to be conscientious of. And I know that people, now are saying, because it is live, it's not going live, it is live. This is a new dimension of consciousness that we have to study and stay abreast of. But it's also a reflection of the minds that created it. That's why I'm not afraid of it, because you came from the mind of a devil, so you're only going to get so far. You know what I'm saying? So just something for all of us to be conscientious of. And mindful of, especially if you do presentations or you're posting information. I've been trying to keep my digital footprint, as my sister Sheba calls it. Much love, Noah. I appreciate you for the Cash App. Like my sister Sheba says, keeping my digital footprint small, so to speak. So when I do shoot I've already shot part 1 of The Kingdom Within. There's a part 2. It's just going to be on our website. I'm not going to be playing games with these different platforms and whatnot. It's a lot of work, editing, the whole editing process and getting all of this stuff together. So part 1 is going to be available on my website. It's going to be 2.5 hours once I finish editing it. Everybody will be free to watch it. And then part 2 is going to be the spiritual. Part 1 is going to be specifically about the science. And then part 2 is going to be about the spiritual and metaphysics aspect of what's happening on the planet right now. That one is going to be on our website, but it is going to be pay-per-view. And that is because, well, I don't need to tell you why that is but I am definitely, with my pages being censored, even when I run advertisements on social media, they're not getting the type of exposure that they were getting before. So it costs me to bring you guys information. Like, I get penalized. I'm losing money for doing this. You know what I mean? And talking about things like, I can't even promote my scientific intervention in our affairs book right now without my posts getting tagged, So it's all good. I'm not complaining. We adjust and we do what we got to do. But yeah, The Kingdom Within, part 1 and part 2. Part 1 is already done, but I don't want to put it up until part 2 is available. So just stay tuned for that. I recommend using something called Brave Browser if you're not already up on it. No, I'm not privy to that. If you could DM me some information about that, I'll look into that. Yeah. So that's, you know, as far as The Kingdom Within, I'll be putting that out. I did a series called Science as a Weapon. For those of you guys that don't know, I actually did a 7.5-hour presentation last year on all of this stuff that was going on up until then. Obviously, I could do a whole nother presentation now and give you a whole lot more information, but that's on my website. You can find it through my, you know, my links on my social media pages. I chopped it up into 3 different videos. But yeah, last year, or 2021, 2021, I did a 7.5 presentation. I didn't mean to talk for 7 hours, but once my presentation was so long and I didn't want to stop once I got into the swing of it. So, you know, I've covered a lot of bases in that content. So if you guys want to go and watch that, particularly when it comes to the test, that thing that they're sticking in your noses, which is the Trojan horse, the test is not just a test. It's a lot of stuff going on. You know what I'm saying? And I knew but just the idea that you can attend a festival or a concert and you can either get this or you have to have 2 of these. How is that possible? Right? So yeah, the test is a part of the Trojan. Test is the Trojan horse. So, you know, we have to be careful and cognizant. And I've been, for the past 10 years, I've been not complaining, but just kind of like really trying to get people like, hey, there's some stuff going on in the scientific world. We need to be paying attention. And of course, you know, didn't really, you know, catch as much steam as I would have liked it. But you would think that in the past, you know, 2 years that we would be a little bit more, okay, maybe there's something to this, you know, maybe we should, you know, stop and start looking into how the science of these poisons that they're spraying in the air actually work or whatever. And we haven't done that as a culture. Aside from, you know, what the Charlie David Charlie, use the first letters of that, those words, aside from what they're doing and exposing them. It's like, yeah, exposing the devil is one thing. I want to expose God too. You know what I'm saying? And so we know that the science and the technology that they're using, it all comes from the earth. So in my mind, if it comes from the earth, then the solution is in the earth. So, and fasting is, you know, part of that. So I just, I really don't want us to start getting lazy and complacent right now because, yay, they're giving our freedom back. Well, they're giving you your freedom back. They never took mine. You know what I'm saying? Yay, we don't have to wear masks now. Well, you don't have to wear masks now. I was never wearing that shit. I would, you know, if I had to wear it in the worst case scenario, yeah, I'll put it over my mouth, but I'm not blocking my breathing. Nobody's getting in the way of my prana, of my ability to take in fresh oxygen on my planet. That's insane. So, and I've never been confronted. Well, I had one little situation. I was in a store one time and, you know, this girl, I guess she was feeling herself and we were by a security guard. So I didn't make a big deal because I was standing in the checkout. So what I did is, you know, I had the mask over my mouth. So I just put it over my face, right? But then I pulled it. I was standing there by her, holding the mask out and breathing and looking her dead in her face and daring her to say something to me. Because, yeah, you better stay in your lane. You know what I'm saying? We don't do that, you know, and I'm just not in a state of mind right now to be playing games with people, especially somebody that's making, you know, $9 an hour to swipe scans to scan groceries. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't trying to make fun of anybody. All work is honorable. But you guys get what I'm saying. Just, you know, but I haven't had any issues for the most part, you know, and that's because of the way I carry myself. I'm not combative. I'm not walking in the store, you know, trying to make the store submit to my will. No, Sun Tzu, The Art of War. You know what I mean? Choose your battles. So I've been choosing my battles, but I've also been avoiding human beings. You know what I'm saying? Because the insanity of the masses at this point, you know, people in cars driving by themselves with masks on. And it's always crazy to me in California, in Southern California, it's 80 degrees outside and somebody's walking down the street wearing that. I mean, how disrespectful to God could you possibly be? You know what I'm saying? Like, your body can live without water for a certain period of time. You can live without food for a certain period of time. You cannot live without air. So there's a war on the senses. Cover your mouth, cover your nose, right? Your eyes, the censorship. Y'all not even seeing what's going on. There's so much information, like the situation in Australia. Do you guys know that there's been nonstop rain in Australia for, I think it's 14 days now? Do you guys know that the torrential flooding in Australia is nothing like they've ever seen before? So, and Australia's been on fire with protesting, and they hit those people with a DEW. For those of you who know what that is, maybe somebody can type it in the chat room. But if you type it, you know, put dots in the middle of the word so that the algorithm doesn't pick it up, because I'm not trying to get cut off. But yeah, they zap those people protesting. So they're playing with their toys. You know what I'm saying? So what's our counter? And I'm, you know, guns is like level 10. They're on level 1,000. You know what I mean? So like, we really, really, really cannot go to sleep or start getting relaxed right now, because the shit is just starting. What they put in those people's bodies, you think there's not gonna be any ramifications. And listen, a lot of people are dying. A lot of people are dying. I don't even want to say the word that I have heard most recently from a researcher and a scientist that I have a lot of respect for. If I said the word right now, it's just too much. So, you know, guys, I don't know if you guys have seen the videos of the athletes. Yeah, it's definitely going to backfire, but it's going to backfire. Yes, for sure. With that being said, these people are also going to take a lot of people with them, because choices and decisions have already been made. And a lot of the people who have made those choices and decisions aren't doing anything to walk them back. Right. So, yeah, man, it's 2022. Let me just tell you, if you are here right now, your soul has to have heart. You know what I mean? Because we knew that coming into this physical realm, we knew what was going to be taking place. Our souls knew what was that the prophetic time that we were living in. And this is a prophetic time. Everything that's happening right now is in the scriptures, not just the Bible and the Quran. Our people in Africa, in Kemet, were giving us signs and symbols in the temples. You know, people were going to come and rule for a certain amount of time on our planet, and they were going to raise hell. But it's the perfection of the wobble of the nature, if you will, which is how Elijah Muhammad expressed it. Allah studied itself. We're talking about consciousness, energy, and awareness, what we all think of as God, studied itself and found a wobble in its nature, the higher and the lower self, you know. And so the goal since then has been to perfect the wobble in the nature. And so what we're experiencing, and that wobble expresses itself through human beings, what we're experiencing right now is the wobble in the nature, or the perfection of the wobble in the nature. But, you know, in order to rebuild, or there has to be destruction before we can rebuild. That's what we're in the time of destruction. Y'all need to go read what is it? Oh, my brain just went dead. The Fall of America. That's one book. And there's other books, but I don't really, I'm trying not to watch what I say because, I know that, yes, exactly. Ali in the chat room on YouTube. Yes, that's exactly what I was saying. And yes, somebody asked me, was that the same thing that they use on the fires in California? Absolutely. And they've been using those in California for fact for the last 5 years. You know what I mean? So like, I'm looking at us, our people, and the TikTok videos and the dancing and the partying and all of that is good. But like I was saying before, there has to be a time of indulgence. There has to be a balance of indulgence and discipline. That is Satan's way of indulgence only. That's how the devil comes to you. He comes to you and gets next to you and wins you over based on your desires. You said that pain solutions. Can you, when you use those when you type those things, use periods. You guys have to start talking in code because the algorithm will pick that up and they'll shut it down. So try to talk in code where you can still say it and everybody can read it, but it won't get picked up by the algorithm. But yeah, so this light and this darkness, the war is on. You know what I'm saying? And I'm looking outside and between the chemtrails and the food and the water and the what they've been doing with the farmers, the desolation of the land, the white boy who owns Microsoft and all of the land that he's been purchasing, they're purchasing the organic seeds. It's so much going on. It's so many extremes, right? And so I'll be, on a day-to-day basis, much love, Bezo, I appreciate you. On a day-to-day basis, I got my head in it. I'm studying, I'm reading, I'm researching, I'm trying to figure it out because I know I can get to the bottom of it. And then I come online and I see a people of sport and play. I really and I just knew at this time, because I knew this time was coming, but it was just prophesized. But I thought that we were gonna step up to the plate. I thought we were going to be in a position where we could guide the world, not only our people. If this is our planet, then we're responsible for the whole planet. You know what I mean? Not loving your enemy, but let's, we're maintaining a certain level of civility and culture and power. And you either gonna get with it or you're gonna get left behind, right? So I really thought that we were gonna step up to the plate, us, our people, particularly us in America. And I have been so exasperatingly disappointed at the level of the lack of interest, the level of fuckery, the disrespect. The war between Black men and women right now online is crazy. I have never seen so much demonic, vitriolic type energy. And I get messages from men that are they lust after me, but they hate me for it. You know what I'm saying? So it's put up more pictures, but shut up. You know what I'm saying? That type of shit. I really legitimately deal with that type of stuff all the time. And it's funny because I'm not online throwing shots at anybody. You know what I mean? I'm trying to keep my frequency in a certain space. So that war between the higher and lower self, the upper and lower self, these dimensions of consciousness, good and evil, right? Good, righteousness versus evil, these polarities are duking it out right now between Black and white. Man, they're keeping a lot of y'all locked into a frequency with the race war. And when I say that, I am not trying to make it seem like, racism is not still active. I am not trying to make it. Look at the response to the situation in Ukraine with the Africans. Have you seen any of our people or collectively our culture put that type of energy and emphasis into anything else over the past 2 years? Except race-based language or conversations or situations? No. So it's this defensive mindset that we're always in, reacting. But I thought you were God. Because if you are, you can't only be on the defensive. You know what I'm saying? So I've really been blindsided by our lack of interest in what's happening on our planet. You know, hundreds and thousands of birds flying out the sky, and everybody's like, doo, 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 okay. What? They're in the chat room on YouTube talking about, you know, this specimen that I had to address in Clubhouse not too long ago. The video is on YouTube. You guys can go watch it. I haven't shared any of it because, you know, I just, whatever. I had a great 2-hour conversation in an interview a couple of weeks ago. Wonderful conversation. We talked about fasting. We talked about the male-female dichotomy. We talked about history. We talked about some of my personal experiences. And then lo and behold, here comes Satan. Poking the bear. I'm trying to be cool. I'm trying to be respectful. I'm trying to be loving and nurturing and balanced. And here comes Satan. You know what I'm saying? And just blatant disrespect, foul language, foul energy, foul everything, just totally changed the whole dichotomy of the conversation. And it wasn't even so much him, it was the fact that it was allowed. It's a microcosm of the macrocosm. We're allowing this all the time. We allowed so much bullshit to go unchecked in our culture, like Kanye West. That, you know, just watching a Black man completely unravel, completely, you know, I don't care if his wife is white. We should have a standard for Black men. We should all collectively step forward and be like, nah, bro, we don't do that to women. You know what I'm saying? And I am speaking on this particular because I have stalkers, bruh. Some of them are tuned in right now. Like literally men that in their minds think that eventually they're going to win me over with poetry in emails or dick pics, but that's another conversation. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Pardon me. I shouldn't use that language. I'm trying to keep it centered, but I also, Minister Farrakhan said in his Savior's Day address, you know, it's hard not to cuss dealing with our people. It's very hard not to, you know, and our people don't respect soft. We just don't. We don't respect that la da da, you know, love and light. Okay, yeah, that sounds good. If you already there, you know, if I'm in yoga class, that's one thing. We're doing a meditation session. Okay. Black people do not respect soft. I'm sorry. And if I had tried to address that situation on Clubhouse with some love and light type, you know, energy, it just, you know, all the vultures would have came out. Yeah, she's, you know, she's in prayer mode. Let's kill her. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, sometimes you got to take a sword to somebody's neck. You spit in my face, I'm going to punch you in your mouth, and we're going to deal with the ramifications later. You know what I mean? And I don't mean that in a physical sense. I'm, of course, talking about the proverbial, right? Because I use the pen. I use my mind. I use my mouthpiece to speak truth to power. You know what I'm saying? And haven't met anybody yet, you know, that in those confrontations that has been able to go toe to toe with me. And I say that with all due respect, particularly when it comes to males online. And all of you guys that know, that have been watching me, you know that there have been a few of those occasions, and I have been very thankful for all of them because they keep my sword sharp. You know what I mean? I'm not here to duke it out with my people. I know what I'm here for, but I have to be prepared, you know, when that moment comes. So I was trying to go into all of that, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, so in this battle that we're in right now, like y'all, we can't get too complacent. We can't get complacent at all. The complacency over the last 2 years is one thing, but like, nah, I feel like this, you know, this this springtime and summertime, is going to be, they're going to loosen the rein, so to speak, to give some sort of, semblance of normalcy. And then once winter comes around and people's immune systems have to kick back in. And I know I said this last year, and yeah, when I said it last year, it was relevant because like I told you guys, there's a lot of, the deaths, man, how can I say this? The heart situations are yes, it's some stuff going on right now. The shit is not sweet. You know what I mean? So we have to be very cautious and careful. In the Kingdom Within, when I put that presentation out, I'm going to give you guys a list of the things of the doctors and scientists that I've been studying, the potential remedies if you have taken that poison into your body. And let's be clear, it is poison. And 20 to 30% of those shots were placebo. So if you didn't have any side effects, then you most likely got that, and you should thank your lucky stars and your ancestors and the creator for holding you down. But if you felt any negative side effects, smallest to greatest, then yeah, you most likely have it, right? So in that presentation, I'm going to give you a list of the things that, everybody is kind of trying to experiment to see what works and what doesn't work. But I need you guys to remember that artificial intelligence is directly intertwined into everything that's going on. So we're talking about putting down, operating systems into human beings. Operating systems into human beings. Do you understand what that means? Technically, from what I understand, that means that you can push a button and download a virus, just like you can push a button and download a virus on a computer. Now, I don't know if you guys understand what that means, the severity of what that means, not just downloading, viruses, but also downloading feelings, downloading memories, downloading experiences, downloading behaviors, downloading instructions. So now when I see, in Sacramento recently, they had a guy shoot he shot his wife, I think, and then he shot his 3 children, and then he shot himself. And I want to say he shot a couple of other people. I didn't really look into it because, what's happening, there's so much insanity. At this point, I think that these people are being activated. Activated like turn on the switch. And the switch gets turned on through towers. Okay? So these are two-way communication systems, operating systems, meaning I can see what's going on inside you, and I can also change what's going on inside you. I can see what's going on in your world, and I can also send you a frequency that will make you react or do something, right? So if you guys have seen The Matrix 4, it wasn't as good as the other ones, but you should still watch it because they're telling you what what the agenda is. In The Matrix 4, there's a scene towards the end of the movie where they start activating people, and people are getting out of their beds at home and jumping out of their windows and turning themselves into bombs. Now, that's extreme. The movies are always extreme, right? But like I said, Hollywood is Satan's vision board. And they've been telling us all along. I can name off 20 movies, that have completely 100% told us exactly what was going to happen leading us up to this point. But they put it in the movies because people who are not paying attention, when they see it happening in real life, their subconscious mind thinks it's still a movie. So they're watching what played out in the movies happening before them. And because they're not operating from a high, state of consciousness, they think it's still a movie. Y'all think y'all watching Fortnite. No. You know what I mean? So when I talk about the spiritual war, and, I get flack for that, particularly from men, because they like, yeah, but, pass the ammunition. Okay. What you gonna do if they shoot a frequency beam through your house? They're not coming to your door with guns. Please understand. They might under certain circumstances, but like their agenda is to use their technology that they've been building all around us to do their to fulfill the mission, so to speak. So, man, sometimes I wake up and I'm just like, is this really happening? Are we really here? Are we really like, in a Star Wars Matrix kind of glitch? Yes, we are. And I never would have thought that they would have the audacity. Now they're just bold with it. You know what I mean? So look, I put up a post, right? And about Nas. It wasn't just about Nas, the rapper, but it was about several other celebrities. Because listen, when I saw Nas on his page promoting events that were mandated events, meaning you have to do this or do that in order to attend this event, oh man, it shook me to my core. Listen, and people who know me, Sheba knows, like I was shook, right? Because Nas is, God body, allegedly. The jury's still out on it at this point, right? But to see somebody like him who's already got the money, you already got, the money isn't even a factor anymore. To see him represent that like that, it really, you broke my heart, Fredo. You broke my heart. Oh, I'm still trying to get over it. But guess what, y'all? He saw it. He saw the post. And in the post, I mentioned he saw it because we've communicated over the years. And I'm not, I've never said it before. So it's not like I'm trying to, get clout or anything like that. I've had communications with him several times over the years and never said anything about it. But I'm saying all of this to say that when I saw that he saw it, I had another moment where I was like, damn, did I go too hard? Was I not balanced enough? Because, I try to watch and monitor how I use my words and my language, because, this is, this is the tongue is a lot of times sharper than a sword. You know what I mean? And I'm conscious of that. So I went back and I reread it. And of course I was talking about Yaqub. For those of you guys that don't know, as the legend goes, Yaqub, a Black man, wanted to create a new race of people. He studied the germs he studied the body of the original man and woman, and he found two different aspects, the brown germ and the Black germ, right? Now, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing challenged, what was the boy's name? William something, somebody in the chat room knows. Winkley, when Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, she was challenging this because, basically there's two separate, germs. This is how, one produced the white race and one produced the Black race, so to speak. I won't get into all the science of that, but don't challenge me because this is something that I'm saying don't challenge me because, listen, people wait for the opportunity to send me a message and a soliloquy. One little thing I say that they think they caught me off guard, and now they send me, now they're researchers, right? Go tell that shit to Bill Gates. So these two different aspects or variations of humanity. And so he went through this scientific process in order to bring the Black germ all the way out of the body, right? So separating not William Buckley, Shockley. Yes, William Shockley. That's his name. Thank you very much. This is why I love my audience, because the people, I don't like to use the term followers, but the people who listen to me are very intelligent, and I am so grateful for that. Shockley, yes. So it's a brown germ and the Black germ. So basically, Yaqub set out and he got nurses and doctors, Black, all of course, talking about the original man and the original woman. And he basically grafted out this race of people, right? Now, I don't want to get, some people say it's mythology. Some people say it's, it actually happened. A lot of what took place in our history, right, was metaphoric. It was symbolic. It wasn't meant for us to take literal. So I'm open to the idea that this was a metaphoric or symbolic story. I'm also open to the notion that it actually happened, specifically because this is what is happening right now. Everything that he did, look at what the nurses and doctors in the hospitals are doing right now. And how could they not? They're the ones who are treating the people that are coming in with all of these, watch my words, with all of these extreme injuries. The nurses and the doctors, and they're still giving this stuff to people, putting it in their arms, in the arms of children. Listen, it's one thing for a grown-up to do whatever. Okay, it's your life, it's your choice. Man, when it comes to these children, and I'm talking about beyond race, just the innocence and purity of these babies, and that these parents are walking their children into these hospitals, into these clinics without doing any research, without having any sort of foresight. Your discernment is not telling you something is wrong. That means you have a calcified pineal gland. If your inner being and your brain and your consciousness over the past 2 years did not tell you, warning, something is wrong. Warning, this doesn't make sense. Warning, they're lying. That means you're probably operating with a calcified pineal gland. What does that mean, ZaZa? Well, I don't know how many of you guys know this or not, but there are actual crystals in your brain, your pineal gland, which is a very small gland that the Kemetic people, not Egyptian, but Kemetic Africans, called the seat of the soul, right? So the pineal gland is your connection to higher levels of consciousness or to the cosmos. Those two things mean the same thing, just in a different way. Instagram is getting ready to cut my live off. It says I have 2 minutes left. So as soon as it cuts off, I will bring it back up and I'll come back up again. So you don't have to come to YouTube. Just give me a second. As soon as it cuts off, I'll go back live again and then you guys will be back with me. Okay. So don't go anywhere, come back. There are crystals that surround your pineal gland, right? And the higher quality living that you have, the more in touch and in tune you are with the cosmos or higher states of consciousness based on this science, right? So a calcified pineal gland is the result of fluoridated water, fluoridated toothpaste. I should assume that everybody that's listening to me knows these things because I wrote about it in my book, but I've also been talking about this stuff for 10 years. This is basic health consciousness 101, right? If you don't know these things, you got some research and some studying to do. And I've already kind of helped you with that process in my first book. But so the calcified pineal gland basically neutralizes those crystals that surround this gland, which means that you are no longer in touch or in tune with these higher states of consciousness or your higher self. It doesn't mean that your inner being has tapped out or your higher self is not with you. It means that there has been an ongoing intentional process of neutralizing this connection that you have to a higher power. So again, spiritual discernment. If your inner being hasn't said, warning, in the past 2 years, when you watch CNN, if your inner being is not saying, liar, then you are not, you do not have connection or, oh, sorry, hang on, you guys, my Instagram live went dead. All right, let's see. I'm gonna post this real quick. Hang tight, you guys. All right. So let me go live on Instagram again. Okay. All right. So come back. Y'all come back through on Instagram. I'm live again. Okay. So, and this is what I think has been the most kind of disconcerting aspect for me, because the fact that you didn't see that something was wrong, you didn't see the holes in the story, you know, when this thing was popping off in 2020, your inner being wasn't telling you that something about this doesn't make sense, right? God has already given us everything that we need. Everything that we need in order to sustain ourselves is already within us, right? But the unhealthy living, the unhealthy habits, the lack of paying attention to, you know, there's a price to pay for not paying attention. There is a price to pay for not paying attention. Yes, I am single, happily single. Thank you very much. There is a price to pay for not paying attention, right? So I don't know. I just feel like, man, I you know, how do we get this laxed? Especially Black people in America. Like, bruh, we've been through the worst. Like, you know what I mean? I was listening to Kanye yesterday. I watched Genius Part 3. You guys haven't seen that, you should definitely watch it, because it is it's a real interesting dive into his life and into his personality. And he, you know, a part of him, he lost his mother and he lost his balance, and he hasn't been able to get himself back since. But one of the things that he said, and he was talking in code, was that after the situation with Katy Perry, after that whole thing that happened at the MTV Awards, he said for the next 6 or 7 years, what was the word he used? He said they basically, it was a word with an E, I can't think of it, but he used the example of when the slave owners would take a slave and tie one foot up to a horse, one foot and one hand up to a horse on this side, and then tie one hand and one horse up to on this side, and then pull it apart, right? So, and this actually happened. This is not, you know, conjecture. These people were actually doing this to our people, right? Which is one of the reasons why, you know, Europe and Australia and Canada are experiencing the most extreme, you know, aspects of what's going on right now. One of the reasons is because the spiritual aspect is karma, but on the ground, physically, you know, the tactic or the strategy is to go after the nations that they know aren't going to rebel first. So that's why Australia and Canada specifically have been targets, because those people do not have a rebellious spirit, because they've been through a very different, you know, dichotomy in terms of global affairs and whatnot. So this oh, and let me say something about that. So, you know, I listen to a lot of you know, red media, so to speak, a lot of Republican, you know, Trump lovers, which is hilarious to me, because even when I thought he might have been a glitch in the matrix, I know for a fact that he's not now, but even when I thought that he was, I was never rallying for him. He's a clown. You know what I mean? But so a lot of the people that I listen to, the scientists and the medical doctors or whatnot, are still pro him, right? Pro Republican, whatever. Every now and then, I can't tell you, there's only 2 of them that I listen to continuously. The rest of them, that racist element eventually shows itself. And it's crazy to me how in the midst of all of this insanity and chaos that's happening on our planet, that you actually still have time to be an ignorant savage. You know what I mean? So the spiritual aspect, the karma is in full effect. All of the benefits of white supremacy, being able to live without, too much discomfort, being able to be at the top of the pyramid, so to speak, being able to, kind of yield your weight, shift your weight, move your weight around and do things the way that you want to do it without interference, right? All of these wonderful, abilities that you've had over the past, let's say 100 years specifically, when you saw the rest of the world, and Black people and brown people in America, and what they did to the Native Americans and what they've gone all over the planet doing. I'm reading this book about the Ancient Phoenicians right now. And in Hawaii, it's the exact same thing. They had these people called the kahunas, who were the priests, right? So the kahunas had spiritual powers to kill somebody. Who is that? Ms. Queen. Why did you mention his name? I'm curious. But in this particular book, I don't bang with him. That's why I asked. That's not my frequency or my vibration at all. But if he's here, I will definitely bring him up. Don't poke the bear. Please don't poke the bear. But in this book, right, they're talking about these ancient Phoenicians and how these people had these magical powers, so to speak. And they could take a life, they could bring a life, in a certain amount of time back into, back. They had these powers, right? These magical powers that our people, indigenous people, have had all over the world. It's a science. And so these people basically came over here and went over there and gave these people Christianity and churches, and like completely, started to bastardize the culture. They already had the power. Like, they got hoodwinked, which is exactly what we are doing right now. Hoodwinked. Why am I tripping? Why don't you come in, Miss Queen? You said I'm tripping. Remember, you're in my house. But instead of you wanting that person to come in, why don't you come in? Send me a request and I'll bring you up right now. Let's have a conversation. You can ask me whatever you want. But don't bring that energy, please, because I'm not in the mood for that. And I'm not playing those type of games. You wanted to come on my live, you're more than welcome to come on. Bringing these people coming over and didn't even have anything, like the devil says, I promised you nothing. You know what I'm saying? I didn't promise you anything, and you still fell for it. No, I'm not ignoring her. And please don't tell me to ignore her. If she wants to come into the conversation, she's more than welcome. Let's have a conversation, since I'm tripping. Let's trip together. Yeah, man. So the spiritual aspect of this, this warfare that's going on right now, right? And there's a lot of karma that is being, kind of expressed right now, right? So this is why we see, Australia and Canada, on the front lines, so to speak. I'm curious to know how many of you guys actually know what's happening in Canada. How could we not? It's right on the border. So, I see y'all in chat room. We're here to have a righteous conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're here to have I'm trying to raise the vibration. You know what I mean? And in us having these conversations, they say Moses had to have a ring of fire around him in order to come amongst the regular, people. Moses had to surround himself with a ring of fire in order to civilize the uncivilized. You know what I mean? And that's where we are. But my ring of fire comes by way of my mouth. Canada is insane right now. And how could we know Not sure about Canada. I know about Australia. So Canada, first of all, they had a mass, I have to watch my language. They had a mass truck convoy, right? Tens of thousands of truckers. They said there were, I think 15,000 from California, and then some from Georgia. There were multiple states across the country that sent truckers up through Canada, right? Basically, they were telling these truckers who work for themselves, you can't work anymore unless you take the you know what. So they got together, they raised $10 million. It's more than $10 million when it's all said and done. They just had a GoFundMe. They took the GoFundMe down. Then they started it with another Give, Send, Go, right? But basically, they raised $10 million on GoFundMe. They shut the whole fundraiser down. I don't even know if they gave the people their money back. They said that they were going to donate the money to, charities. I don't know what the situation. I think people had to directly request their money back, but they basically closed the campaign down, right? So $10 million is probably still floating up in the atmosphere somewhere. Then they switched it to Give, Send, Go. Now I'm saying all of this to say, let's say you sent $50 for this particular fundraiser. They got all of those people's names. Remember, I keep talking about data collection. This is why the metaverse and the emphasis and focus, the amount of energy and focus and intention and time that we're putting into anything in the digital realm is actually adding to this artificial intelligence element, right? But anyway, much love, Chan. I appreciate you. Much love. So basically, all of the people who donated money are now on a ledger. They know all of the people who supported this, so they locked them out of their bank accounts. So these people cannot access their money. They cannot use their money because they donated money to a cause that was contrary to what the Canadian government actually supports. Do y'all understand what that means? I'll hang on to that message, Jessica. I'll respond directly to that. Just you have to remind me. Do y'all understand what that means? That means if you support an agenda, which I know my social credit score is, yeah. If you support an agenda that is contrary to what the government is implementing, that they can shut your money down. So this idea now of cash being moved out of the equation, we don't understand how dangerous that is. I can go to the bank right now and take money out of my account and use my money however I choose to do so. So I really, really, really need us to understand. And mind you, a lot of you guys don't even know about this. How is it possible that that a whole country that is on our border could be going through all of this extreme chaos and insanity and we not even know? So the war against the five senses. Those who have ears to see, let them see. Those who have ears to hear, let them hear. Those who have eyes to see, let them see, right? So the war is against the senses, right? So you're trying to breathe through your face mask. Your breath is life. There is actually a group of women that were protesting somewhere in the world. It's probably America, because Lord knows America has produced some of the most calcified pineal glands in the history of the world, thanks to fluoride and Coca-Cola and McDonald's. Standing outside of a courtroom protesting to make masks mandated. Somebody said my Instagram is blocked from anyone in Europe seeing it. Mine is probably too. I mean, I told you guys, I used to average like 1,500 to 2,000 views of my stories. I'll be lucky if 200 people see my stuff now. Even when I do my ads, my ads, they're saying, 10,000 people reach the ad, but yeah, the number's not adding up. You know what I mean? So so the financial aspect in Canada, somebody sent me a screenshot of, she's probably watching, a screenshot that she received from a school. I don't know what part of Canada she's in, but the school was basically warning the parents that the children are starting to touch too much and they're starting to socialize too much. And we need for them to be, conscientious and cautious about, being so close and socializing with each other. Like, what? So it's happening. It's happening right now. Like, oh my God. People have been telling me I've been too serious my whole life. Okay. Even when I was young. Oh, you're so serious. Let your hair down and have fun. Okay. Well, when can we be a little bit more serious? I was making a point about Nas. Did I ever make my point about Nas? I don't know. But the point that I wanted to make about Nas, and I don't know why he came up in my mind, but he saw the message that the post that I tagged him in. Oh, and I went into the whole Yakub thing. But I'm saying all of that to say, I don't have no notes, you guys. Usually I have notes. I have no notes. Literally, I'm just going straight off the head with this. Man, if Nas, and I never expected him to be, me or Farrakhan or, what I'm saying? Nobody expected him to have a bully pulpit, but I definitely did not expect him to be representing the devil's cause. And I'm still not over that. And eventually me and him are gonna, listen, I need to talk to you, brother. Not on phone. We don't have to have a conversation, but I'm gonna send a prayer out to the universe that I need to get this brother the point. Okay, so somebody said they missed the whole point. I put up a post on my page. Most of you guys probably haven't seen it because, again, my page is being super censored. So if you follow me on social media, I need for you guys to actually go to my page and like my posts and comment on my posts so that we can try to, curtail the algorithm. But so I put up a post like, should we still be supporting celebrities that are pushing this agenda or that are promoting this agenda, right? And within the post, I basically went into the whole Yakub element, this notion of this Black man who took these Black doctors and these Black nurses and basically grafted out a race of people. And we talked about that being a metaphor, or that, a metaphor and a symbolic, story, or we talked about that actually being a real physical representation of what happened. It could have gone anyway, in my opinion. And I'm saying that because, like, Asar, Aset, and Heru, right? That's a mythological, symbolic story that is supposed to help us to understand the different complexities and the levels, state of consciousness of humanity, of all of us, just like Jesus and Judas and Paul and all of these different disciples are actually, reflections of different states of consciousness, right? So in the post, I basically was talking about the fact that, there's doctors and nurses now that are in these hospitals, that are in these schools, that are in these, clinics, that are actually doing the same thing that Yakub commanded the nurses and doctors of those times, whether it was an allegory or not. Hold on. Okay, so whether it was allegory or whether it was an actual representation of what happened, we know that it's happening right now, right? So I think that I'm just trying to find the people that are really looking at this from this scientific kind of metaphysic perspective, in terms of where we are right now and where we're heading, because it is far from over. How many of you guys knew about this situation in this situation in Canada. Let's get a consensus of how many people actually were aware of this, just so we can get an idea of what's happening on our planet. Because so there's a lot of, we're celebrating the fact that Africa has said no, just like Black people in America have predominantly said no, to this shot, because we know, you know what I mean? We know that what they've been doing and experimenting on us, right? They're going to use money to lock Africa down. And Akon and his digital city is going to play a major role in that. So the trust stamp, MasterCard, Gavi, and these different entities, if you will, banking systems, are going to use the financial systems in order to lure Africans into taking this poison. And speaking of which, you know the situation with the Ukraine and Africa. Isn't it funny how nobody expects African nations to step in? I just like when the whole Boko Haram and those Nigerian women, and everybody was like in America super vexed, and I wasn't hearing any pushback or any real strong kind of sentiment from any of the African nations. I always just find that interesting that we don't even expect Ghana and Johannesburg and Mali and Ethiopia and Eritrea and Egypt. We don't even expect African nations to step in and intervene. There's a sister who did a video, an Ethiopian sister, somebody sent it to me, where she basically was talking about the white man is the God in Africa. Ethiopian sister, I think she's qualified to talk about it. That there is no real revolutionary sentiment coming out of Africa, because the culture, for the most part, and there's 100,000 cultures in Africa, right? So I'm not trying to minimize that, but that the culture is so immersed in this kind of slave master element, that there's no real strong revolutionary spirit. I might have talked about this before when Che Guevara went to Rwanda. Fidel Castro sent him to Rwanda to help with the genocide that was taking place at that time. And Che Guevara was supposed to go and teach the brothers warfare, guerrilla warfare. So Che Guevara was a soldier, right? And he went there, and I have his book, his diary. He wrote in his diary his notes every day. And he said he could not get the men to train. He couldn't get them to fight. All they wanted to do was sit around and drink beers all day. Che Guevara, this is not, CNN trying to make the Black man look weak. No, this is history. And obviously, we saw the 10,000 boys that got marched across the desert. Some of them got eaten by lions. Was that Rwanda? Yeah, that was Rwanda, right? The 10,000 boys that marched through the desert, they were escaping genocide from their own people. And I know you guys have heard about the tribal leaders that were giving the boys drugs in order to get them to fight and for them to be, so I'm saying all of this to say that even as we acknowledge and value and appreciate and honor the fact that our people are not, for the most part, I don't even listen. I don't trust the numbers. I don't trust the statistics. That's one thing. But let's say the numbers of us have said no between Africa and here, right? The mental and spiritual and, emotional deprivation and lack of awareness and astuteness when it comes to what's happening in the world on behalf of our people, even though we said no on this end, we make up for that whole element on this end, because we are not I'm telling you, I thought this was going to be, I thought we were going to rise to the occasion. And some of us already are. But it's very telling to me that in this hour, we have not stood up in any formidable way, anywhere in the world. None of us collectively, nowhere in the world have we come together and presented a collective united front and said, we know what the science is, we know what you're doing with the technology, we know what your plans are when it comes to blockchain and how you think you're going to lock the whole entire world down with cryptocurrency. We know what your intentions are with what you're doing with the farmland, how you destroyed the topsoil in Northern Africa. We know what your intentions are, and here's what we're going to do. Nowhere, no collective, strong, powerful message anywhere in the world. And we outnumber white people 13-1. And I'm not making this about race because we're way beyond race at this point. People think that this is a war against melanated people. No, a lot of white people are dying. A lot of white people are being very are experiencing very harmful injuries from this stuff, right? So this is bigger than race, although race always, rears its ugly head. God knows, it's just so difficult to just look at Black people of the world and just love us. You always got to have a savage somewhere trying to find a way to, I'm cognizant of that. I told you guys my experience with a lot of this content that I listen to. It's like, really? You're exposing NWO, but you still got time to hate Black people. So let me take some questions. So Jessica asked a question. I'll answer that directly. If you are in YouTube and you want to ask a question, just go ahead and drop it in the chat, but copy it before you send it so that, if I don't get to it, I will come back and see it. Chat room is moving really fast, so I can't see a lot, So I'm going to answer Jessica's question first. If you guys have questions on Instagram, or if you want to come live with me, if you want to for me to add you to my video, just send the request. And then once I answer this question, or when I get to it, I'll bring you in. All right. Don't poke the bear. That is my request. Just let me do what I need to do. Okay. So Jessica asked the question about the, what, and could it possibly be affecting people that haven't taken the what in a kind of transmission, if that's the word? Yes, in a transmission type of way, meaning you haven't taken it, but you're around people who have. Can it affect you? Well, there are a lot of women that are having very serious menstrual complications. And as we know, the menstruation process is directly tied to the childbirthing process. There are women that are having extreme menstrual problems, very large blood clots. Ooh, I shouldn't have said that. But I said it. And they haven't taken it, right? So there does seem to be something that is transferring or happening to the people who haven't taken it from being in close proximity with the people who have. Now, there's a few things to this, right? First of all, we don't fully know. So I'm going to make sure that I contextualize that, because every time I think I have a grip on some information, something happens and I'm like, oh my God, this is, and of course, I have a son who's now in the world, so that just makes it all the more worse. But there is very strong evidence that there is some sort of transference or transmission that is taking place. Now, what I do know is that this technology, and this goes back to some of the science that I was talking about in my book, The Scientific Intervention in Our Affairs. You guys remember I wrote about Morgellons disease in this book. There's a whole chapter about chemtrails and Morgellons disease, right? Well, come to find out, I was listening to this presentation from one of the scientists that was working, in the environment where a lot of these, this technology was being created. He said that basically the technology starts to build when it gets into the digestive system or inside the stomach tract because of the high acidic nature of the digestive system, right? So high acidic environments or acidic bodies or bodies that are, have a low pH. Your pH is a way to examine if your body is alkaline or acidic, right? So from what I understand, the more acidic your body is, the more susceptible, and obviously that deals with your immune system, the more susceptible you are to this technology taking root in your body, so to speak. Benedetto, if you click the link in my bio on Instagram, it'll take you right to my site, to my store, as well as to the rest of my content. So there's something to the pH, having an alkaline versus an acidic body, and also your frequency. You guys should know, I'm pretty sure most of the people that follow my content know that the vibrational aspect of your body, your lungs have a vibration, your glands have a vibration, your digestive system, all of the elements of your body are resonating on a certain frequency, right? So the less quality care you give to yourself, right? We're talking about how you eat, how you think, how you live, how you breathe, and there's one more. How you eat, how you think, how you breathe, how you live, and there's one more, it'll come to me. But these are what actually make up your vibrational countenance, so to speak, right? So the lower your frequency, meaning you're not breathing correctly, meaning you're wearing a face mask all day, or you don't, practice, conscientious breathing, right? Or you don't, you breathe those weak, or not weak, sorry, you breathe shallow, right? And then breathing in through your mouth is very unhealthy. You guys should know that. You should always breathe in through your nose, breathe out of your mouth. Your nose has nostril hairs that filter out toxins. And then when you breathe out, you are expressing the toxins that are in your body, right? This is why those face coverings are so dangerous, because it is interfering with that process. So if you've been continuously wearing them, then it is absolutely affecting your lungs. It is affecting your pH. It is affecting the alkalinity or the acidity of your body. Is it affecting the quality of your thoughts, right? So how you breathe, that's the first one. How you eat, that goes without saying. And without even, because of what they're spraying in our skies, it's in all of the food. Like, whether you have a greenhouse or not, like there's an element of this stuff that we just cannot get out of, nature, because it's happening all over the planet. But we also know that the technology in that, that process is not, the end all be all, because if it was, they wouldn't be going through all of these extreme, kind of positions to try to find ways to kill people, right? Sorry, that sounds harsh, but it's true. So how you eat, it's fascinating to me that some people don't drink water. I just will never understand that. But I would not recommend drinking tap water at all. Tap water is I believe one of the sources that they have used and are going to use to make people sick, right? So, and then fasting. I'm fasting now, so I've been recommending that, forever. I will continue to recommend that. Eating alkaline food, all that good stuff. I don't need to reinvent the wheel on that, because you guys know. So how you feel, how you think, no, how you feel, no, how you breathe, how you eat, how you feel. Listen, we've been taught that emotions are weak, particularly in our culture, right? No, elites want transhumanism. Chemtrails is a stage of the process of transhumanism. for that question in J-Man in Instagram. So what was I saying? How you feel. So, you know, the Heart Math Institute has done a high level of research to, you know, be able to show us the electromagnetic field of the heart, right? We've been thinking this whole time that it's a brain game. The brain is the most powerful element. Well, it turns out that it's actually the heart, right? So if you are operating in a love frequency, doesn't mean, you know, not just in your relationship, but or as a parent or in your work, loving life, right? Operating from that heart frequency and attracting or repelling things that are based in that love frequency. So how you feel matters, in my opinion, more than a lot of the other things that we focus on. If you're operating in fear, and look at how much fear, I mean, if we could measure the level of fear that has been permeating this planet for the past 2 years, you know. So the heart chakra, which I talked about extensively in my Keys to Womanhood workbook. I give a whole breakdown of the chakras, balanced chakras versus unbalanced chakras. So if you have daughters and nieces or women or wives or whatever, I have already kind of put together, you know what I mean, some things for you to help them in their process. But the heart chakra and how you're feeling, right? So if you're operating in a fear-based consciousness, then you're locked in with the powers that be. They got you, whether you take the you know what or not, right? How you live. I tell my clients, you know, start thinking about your energetic resonance and what type of energetic residue you leave or you are, you know, leaving behind when you deal with people. And the thing about us as a people is that because we're so defensive and because we've been put in a position to have to be so defensive, we're not really moving around our planet from that offensive love-based frequency. We're ducking and dodging, you know, struggle and you know, racism and savagery, and you know, we got a war going on between us. So there's always fighting happening, right? And so when you're in that defensive posture, you are not standing on your God square. You can't be, because you're not emanating, and you know, as an electromagnetic being, you are not elevating the people that you come in contact with. So my goal as I move around this planet, even whether I say something to a person or not, my goal is to leave an energetic imprint on everybody that I meet, everywhere that I go. Right. So I'm not walking around, you know, like I said, when I walk in the store, I'm not thinking, yeah, I wish I would, you know, say something to me about a mask. No, I don't expect anybody to say anything to me. I'm going to go in here and buy my vegan bok choy and my alkaline water, you know what I'm saying? And I'm going to keep it pushing, and I don't have any issues. Right. So being mindful and conscientious about your energetic imprint. Right. So how you feel, how you eat, how you breathe, how you think. You know, I was watching this show, what's the name? Or it was a movie on Netflix. It's about a girl. It's something out. It's actually a really good show. But she says in the story, what would you attempt to do if you knew you couldn't fail? What would you, right now, if you knew you couldn't fail, if there were no restrictions, no money restrictions, no, you know, geographical restrictions, no family restrictions, no background restrictions, what would you do or attempt to try if you knew you couldn't fail? Well, guess what? Technically, anything that you try or attempt to try or focus on or desire, the only thing that will lead you to failure is either the lesson that you need to get where you need to go, or because you don't 100% believe. So if you believe, Kanye West believed without a shadow of a doubt that he was going to become the man and the artist and the, you know, global sensation, if you will. He believed so strong and so forcefully that nothing was going to be able to get in the way of what he wanted to manifest for himself, right? So imagine if all of us had that level of intentional focus. You know, most of us are particularly, you know, you self-employed, and this is something that I work with my clients on. We're 20% focused here, and then we're 30% focused there, and then we're like 14% focused here, and then we're 12% focused here. Most of us are not 100% focused on any given day and time on one thing ever. That's how most of us live. And that direct, willful intention and pure positive energy and focus is what will lead you to being able to manifest without limitation. But it's hard to do that now because there's a war in Ukraine, and, you know, some Black man just got shot, and, you know, we're worried about food shortages and gas shortages, and the gas is increasing, and, you know, the Black men and women are having war online. There's so much chaos and static in the ethers and in the energetic grid right now that is very difficult to be 100% conscientious and focused on one particular thing. So when we talk about how you live, and I want to challenge you guys, everybody listening to this, first of all, ask yourself the question, what am I doing when I'm 100% focused? When I'm researching for my books, when I'm writing and creating workbooks, and when I do yoga, and when I'm on the beach, I am 100% intentionally focused during that time frame, right? So for you, ask yourself, when am I 100% focused on one particular thing? And start to be mindful about that, especially if you have desires that you want to manifest. How much time do you spend cultivating that in the mental realm? Talking about your thoughts. How much time do you spend on a daily basis thinking about the things that you want to come into your life? Not in passing, like, oh, that's a fly ass, you know, Porsche, I want that. But like waking up in the morning and doing meditations and reminding the ethers in the universe, I have a desire for a new car. So shall it be. But then giving it going back to the heart frequency, giving it that energetic, emotional resonance. The emotions are the power system. Think about how disrespectful we are to emotions. Stop being so emotional. You acting like a female. Well, you're an emotional being, so you're never not going to be emotional, ever. Your emotions might be out of whack. You know, if you busting windows out of your baby daddy car, that's the wrong direction. You know what I'm saying? But I can call it's yoga. I call it yoga because that's a reference point. The same way that if I say God, and 10 people will say, well, we shouldn't use the word God because God is not the etymology of it is because it's from Greek. I'm talking to people all over the world. I'm talking to races all over the world. When I say yoga, everybody knows exactly what I'm talking about. So nurturing your goals and aspiration. Come talk live and ask me. Miss Saja Queen, don't post no more comments. Don't say anything else in the chat room. Just come online. Matter of fact, I'm gonna send you a request. Can I send you a request? Let's go live. Let's talk about it. I just sent her a request. Let's see what happens. Now, see, this is what I be talking about at the same time. You see what we were talking about? I'm getting ready to block her, but I'm gonna give her a chance to grow some kahunas. Let's see if she has any courage. This is what I be talking about, though. You know, we're having a conversation about the power of the mind and the power of the heart and the power of energy, right? We're having a conversation. People that I'm talking to, I know people need to hear what I'm saying. The world is in dire need of guidance, right? But see, y'all want to act like the darkness is not here. Everybody wants to pretend like there's not a gnat in the room. I'm not. I'm going to go after your ass. So let's come live and let's talk. Otherwise, be quiet. Get out of my chat room. Go talk to somebody else that wants to hear that shit. Yeah, she's unable to join. That's what I thought. Now, if you say something else, I'm going to block you. So you know that the power. There's a meditation, and the Eat, Pray, Love, the movie. There's a monk, not a monk, a spiritual leader in there, where he talks about the meditation of smiling down within. That's also in Montauk Chia's book, right? So smiling down within, sending love to your organs, love to your mind, love to your inner being, so to speak. This is the way that you nurture and water the things that you want to manifest in your physical reality, right? So your heart chakra is what empowers and invigorates the thoughts, right? So where am I at? How you think. No, I haven't covered how you think. So the average person, or I was getting to it until I got interrupted by a peasant. So how you think, the average person, they say the average person thinks between 12,000 to 60,000 thoughts per day, right? What percentage of those thoughts, or the average person's percentage of thoughts, is 75% negative, 70 to 80% negative, right? So if how we think and how we feel is what's actually creating our reality, if you assess your, particular, how much you're thinking negative versus how much you're thinking positive, write a list down and then look at the conditions of your life and it will add up, right? So, the power of your thinking. How are you talking to yourself? There's no more valuable and important conversation to have with anyone than the one that you have with yourself, because you're always talking to yourself. You're always listening to yourself. I heard myself say something about a couple of months ago. No, it's probably more than that. And I was fasting at the time. And I was thinking about something that I wanted to desire. I was like, kind of working through the logistics of it, right? And I heard a thought come into my head that was so counterproductive and so like, what? Who said that? Why would you say that? ZaZaAli, why would you say that to you? Hold on, let me block this. Block her or hear her or him in any new accounts. And if you create a new page, then you should be using that energy to manifest your desires, because damn. And trust me, the people that stalk me, they have no stone that they will unturned. And mind you, bringing up somebody that is like so far from my frequency and my vibration, like this is a God body conversation. Miss me with that fuckery. Miss me with that fuckery, okay? So the power of your thinking, right? So if you have a goal or a desire or aspiration, listen, in this particular situation that we're in, most of us are reacting to what's happening in the world. We're reacting to Ukraine. We're reacting to mandates. We're reacting to what's happening on the news. I don't watch the news at all anymore. We're reacting to what we see on social media. We're in complete defensive reactionary mode, right? So how many of us are in the imaginary stage creating the lives that we want in the ethers in order to attract the things that we actually want to see manifested in our reality on an individual level and then on a collective? Not too many, because it's very difficult to maintain a frequency while you still got one foot in the world and one foot out, right? So I need for you guys, my people, my tribe, and the gods and goddesses amongst us, and the kings and queens amongst us, and the visionaries amongst us, to start intentionally every day, consciously creating reality. I already see a world without this world. I can't wait for the day when we don't need police officers to police our communities. I can't wait for the day when the IRS is completely dismantled. It's coming. It's part of my meditation. I can't wait for the day when we don't have to pay for parking, when we don't have to pay taxes for properties that we already own. We don't have to pay. Gas is $5 in LA. You go to the hood, you know, $4.15. So I go to the hood, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, gas is $5 in Los Angeles right now. What are poor people supposed to do? What are poor people supposed to do when digital currency goes live? What are, yes, Neville Goddard is the homie, and Neville Goddard was taught by Abdullah. So yeah. What are, you know, there's a lot of elements that are happening that we're just kind of going with the flow. Well, I need for the conscious beings amongst us to stop going with the flow and start consciously creating reality. This is what's going to get us beyond this. What are you imagining? Where's your imagination? Where's the wonderment? I can think of, and I have a goal in my mind of purchasing land. I've always wanted to do land development. This is why I went to school for architecture. It's also why I love design. I have a thing for architecture and for the interior design of spaces. It's always been a goal of mine. I only finished 3 years in school. I still have a year left to get my degree. I'll probably never do that because I am not playing any games with any of these people. But I know enough now to hire the people that have the information to do the things that need to be done outside from the parts that I can play, right? But I can visualize 50 acres of land and a community center and a healing center and a yoga center and a playground and a space where we can sit outside and roast marshmallows and light fire and watch the sunset on the horizon as the sun is setting. And, you know, when people want to come from New York and when people want to come from California or Washington, you're welcome and we have room for you and we're growing food. And the food is healthy and organic. You want radishes today or tomatoes tomorrow? I can visualize that. I can see it. How many of us actually are consciously creating a new world? We're waiting for this world to die in order to start thinking about that. That's not the way fifth dimensional reality works, which is where we're headed. Quantum. Much love, Money Up Records. I appreciate you. This is when we talk about the quantum realm, we're talking about a web of energy that is universal. The mind is all, exactly. A universal web of energy that is listening to everything that you're thinking, that is feeling everything that you're feeling, that is responding to the way you live your life. We live in a participatory universe. We live in a participatory universe. It's not the universe out there, it's the universe in here. So there's this web of energy that is keeping all data on how you are thinking and living in the reality of your life. We don't wait until we get to a certain point to start visualizing, to start consciously creating reality. The only thing we have is now. So create it now. In your mind, right? How you are thinking, what you expect. Yes, I know these people are planning on, you know, let's say, for example, going door to door. They'll never come to my door. I don't even spend any time thinking about it. I spent one day when they started talking about the military, I spent one day fired up, not even a whole day, half a day. And I was like, no, that's never going to happen to me. They'll never come to my door. I don't even have time to think like that. I have a world to build. My frequency and my vibrational countenance, God has already told me and shown me I will not be touched, not a hair on my head. My son will be protected everywhere that he goes, whether I'm with him or not. I am on the God vibration, the God consciousness, and I am actively aware that this world is on its way out and we are building another one. I am consciously, intentionally building a new world in my mind every day. These people are weak. They're scary. They're cowards. For you to put this much energy in trying to hold the people of the world back, How wicked and low vibrational can you possibly be, trying to destroy the planet? You put a seed in the ground and it will grow 1,000 watermelons. So you create watermelons with no seed. How savage can you be? And then turn around and tell the world that there's not enough food, because you're destroying the soil. You're destroying the land. You're on your way out, buddy. You better enjoy your last dance. They're going to take a lot of people with them. But guess what? I won't be one. And neither will my son. So what does the world look like without this world? Yes, the golden age is coming. That's a fact. Much love, Kamatri. I appreciate you, Queen. She writing book. I'm looking for, I'll be checking for that. Yeah, baby, we going quantum. Do you think I wrote a book and I'm afraid of the people who I was exposing in the book? No, because I know God. I understand that we live in a world based on frequency and vibration. If you're in the frequency, if you're in alignment with satanic, wicked energy, and that's not just people that are putting needles in people's arms, right? That's not people that are just actively involved in, you know, this satanic scientific war against humanity. That's also, you know, the men and women online, you know, cutting each other down with words. The male-female war is only a physical representation of the higher and lower self duking it out on the planet. So if you are in a low vibrational space, then yeah, that feels good to you to go online and, you know, and to talk about so-and-so, what so-and-so said, what so-and-so did. I have time for that shit. I want to talk about God. So that's how you know the vibration a person is operating on. Look through their social media pages. Yes, this message is for the warriors. Let's be clear. What is your vibrational countenance when you wake up? Are you automatically thinking negative? Are you dreading your day? Do you hate your job? Are you sick of your husband? Do you not like your children? Are you warring with somebody on social media? Well, guess what? You're closer and in alignment to the frequency of the people that are trying to destroy our planet than you understand. It's not personal. Much love. Hold on. Mahawk? I hope I said that right. Thank you, Queen. Look like you're a sister from your picture. Peace and love, Queen. I appreciate you. What was I saying? I'm on a roll. You know, are you vibrating on the God frequency? Does God deal with peasants? Does God, you know what I mean? Does God eat Popeyes? I don't know. Maybe now and then, every now and then. Is God online using his bully pulpit to talk about and disrespect Black women? Is God on her platform using her words and her energy and her language to destroy Black men? No. But is God a punk? No. Is God going to sit back and allow what is happening to the elders and to the children of the planet and not do anything? Absolutely not. And when I'm talking about the God that is expressing through man and woman on the planet, humanity right now. So if you haven't spent any time researching or following or studying or speaking about or posting about what's happening right now, you don't have to do it the way that I do it. You should be talking to your family. You should be talking to your friends. You should be alerting people, not just about the war, but consciously creating reality. So when we talk about going quantum, right, we are talking about this ethereal web of energy that is holding your desires. So the desire for the Porsche, just going back to that example, right? Nobody said anything about a Porsche, it's just an example. The desire for the Porsche is in the ethers. It's a thought that's percolating, but it won't percolate or it won't continue to percolate and grow into a stronger desire to where now the universe is moving things around if you're not in alignment with the thought. So if you're thinking, I'll never have that Porsche, I don't even make enough money or whatever, you're not in alignment with the original thought. You're never going to get it. But in the quantum realm, it already exists, just waiting for you to get in alignment with it. So if you hate your car, you know, you got a busted down Honda Civic, for instance, and you want a Porsche, you better love the Honda Civic. Oh, my live ended again on YouTube, on Instagram. See, I'm on a roll and they keep cutting me off. Hold on. Let me share this because I don't want it to get cut off. I'm gonna stay with y'all. Don't worry. I'm in a good mood today, and I feel like you know, building with y'all. So we're gonna do it. Okay. Okay, I'm back, y'all. Come on through Instagram. Come on back, y'all. We here. I'm with y'all. I ain't usually I don't plan to talk too long, but like I said, I'm in a good mood. The energy is flowing. God is speaking through me and to me. So yeah, we back. What's up, Tony? Consciously creating reality. I want to live in a world, you know, that I'm surrounded by love. I want my community and my environment to be in alignment with the things that I aspire to, right? They cut me off. Instagram only does lives in 1 hour increments. So I've already shut it down twice. So this is part number 3, which means that I have been talking for 2 days. Oh yes, you ended with kind of dope though. Okay, the Honda Civic. Yeah, you gotta love the Honda Civic. Even if it's a 1982 Honda Civic with scraped up tires and a busted out, you gotta love the Honda Civic. Because that energy and that emotional countenance and that vibrational space of gratitude and appreciation. Gratitude, love, and appreciation is where God is. That's where the magic happens. Much love, Cedric. Peace. Yes, I appreciate you. Love is where the magic is. You know what I'm saying? That's a lesbian hairstyle. Somebody just said that to me on Instagram. Now, somebody just actually said that to me. You know, they have a FEMA bed waiting for you. People like you, there's a bed at a FEMA camp waiting for you. So I don't need to address you directly. Don't tell me not to respond. I don't like that. Don't do that. Please don't do that. I'm a grown woman and I was actually having fun with it. So just let me be me. I have control over being myself. They have a bed waiting for you at a FEMA camp. So good luck. Yeah, I don't even, you know, I've dodged so much sucker shit in the past 10 years on social media. Yeah, but y'all don't tell me how to express myself. Please don't do that. So did I ever answer the question? I was on the question about the shedding. Did I ever answer that? Be careful who you lay with. Now, oh, okay, this is a great point. I'm gonna make this point, right? Because, you know, I've been getting flack for a long time about people being conscientious and careful about, yeah, I know listen, I'm not insecure at all. I'm not worried about somebody making a comment about my hair. Like that is one thing that I am not insecure about. I can assure you of that. But so how I've been getting flack all this time, right, about, you know, sexual discipline. The fact that I've been like trying to nudge our culture and nudge our people to be sexually disciplined and careful, you know, women, be careful who you giving your body to, etc. Right. And, you know, in this world of indulgence, that's always been kind of, you know, people have been giving me flack about that right now. Right. Well, guess what? In 2022, who you actually lay down and give yourself and your body to has major potential ramifications now. So, and let's go back to the, you know, Black women outnumber Black men. What do they say? What's the number now? Let's say 10-1. I don't know. Is that it? Who knows? Who cares? Right. So Black women have been getting beat over the head with that, you know, forever. Oh, you know, you might have to eventually get into a polygamous relationship. Ain't no men out here, you know, that lack-based consciousness type stuff, right? So I'm making a note for myself so I don't forget something I want to say. So let's say the number is 10-1, right? Well, now, and taking this out of the, you know, specifically male or female dichotomy, having sexual discipline, particularly if you are not in a, you know, a marriage or a long-term relationship. And now even in some that are, because some of y'all are living in households with people that have made choices and decisions that are detrimental to not only their health, but yours as well. Right. I had a woman reach out to me who is married, who is sleeping on the couch in her house because of this situation, because her husband chose to take that, you know what, and she is not with it, right? Imagine that. Imagine how they've destroyed and decimated and divided up families now. But the Bible said, you know, the separation of the wheat from the chaff, you'll be laying in the bed with somebody and you'll be separated, right? Families are being destroyed. People are beating up and demonizing family members for not taking poison. Imagine that, right? But so now being sexually disciplined is going to be a must. Like you're going to have to be able to control yourself sexually, because that whole thing about going into the club and just picking up a random jump off, yeah, that shit's dangerous now. The jump off culture is very dangerous. The whole culture is very dangerous right now, right? So yes, there is evidence that there is something that is being transmitted. And it's not just, you know, I talked about the menstrual situation with the women, but now they have doctors and scientists that are starting to check the blood work of the people who haven't taken it and are seeing extremities, extreme variances in the way that the blood is supposed to be naturally versus the way that it is appearing, you know, in these petri dishes and under the microscopes or whatnot, right? So having sexual discipline in this time frame, yeah, God just basically backed me up. Everything that I've been teaching for the past 10 years. Thank you very much to the universe for listening to me. Well, no, that's a bad metaphor, because I don't want none of this to be happening. I wouldn't wish, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want any of it. I'm not taking any glee or any joy from any of this insanity, because like I said, I don't even think we've seen we're in the calm before the storm, so to speak. So this message is about, okay, we're in the calm. You need to be careful. You need to be mindful. Going and picking up random men and random women now is very dangerous. And I tell my son this all the time. You need to be very, very, and I know he's tired of me hearing me say it, but I don't care. You need to be very careful and very cautious about the type of girls that you are entertaining. If you better ask her. And if she says yes, then she needs to be friend zoned. That's not even up for debate. Now, is he going to follow? You know, God willing. But I'm saying all of that to say, and I'm going to talk about this in the frequency wars that I do this weekend on Clubhouse. I think there needs to be a movement specifically as far as women are concerned, to learn how to stay single. Not because I don't want love, not because I'm not a proponent of Black love and Black family. I 100% am. My work speaks for itself. I don't need to go into detail about any of that. But I also know that we have a whole culture of women that have lost themselves in trying to be in relationships, and it is driving them batshit crazy because they are giving themselves to men that are not worthy, technically or indirectly, are not worthy of giving them their bodies to, right? So that comes with a whole lot of problems. Most of the problems in our culture are derived around lack of sexual control. What was that I was watching? Somebody was talking about a woman who had a baby. How do women get blamed for the children that we've produced, right? Okay, so then close your legs. And I'm not saying that, like, again, not saying anything against relationships, but the biggest issue that a lot of people are going to have, male, female alike, and a lot of the reason why people are, getting hoodwinked into this agenda, you don't know how to be alone in a healthy way. Not like, ostracizing people or just, it's me against the world. No, not like that. We have to be in harmony and alignment with the world. But a lot of you women and a lot of you sisters do not know how to be alone. And a lot of people have been psychologically manipulated and pressured into doing things that are against their well-being because they don't know how to be alone. So I think we should start a movement of #StaySingle. Not because you want to be single, but you got some work to do on yourself. And because your mindset and how you see the world and your self-esteem does not reflect a high vibrational relationship. So get yourself together right first. Get your mind right first. Because the higher you go in terms of how you're thinking, how you're feeling, how you're eating, how you're living, how you're breathing. Oh, I said all 5, huh? Which one did I leave out? The higher you go to the top of the pyramid, obviously there's going to be less, right? There's less men up here, less women up here. There's already less. The numbers at this point have deteriorated. If there was 1 million viable men and women, single men and women in America in 2019, that number right now is probably 50,000. Those aren't real numbers, I'm just saying. So the higher you go up the pyramid, the less, the lesser amount of viable partners that you're going to have. But guess what? Can I make a makeshift pyramid? There's a point that I want to make that. Let's see. Can I do this? Okay. No, that's not gonna work. So a makeshift pyramid, right? So my arms won't do the base at the bottom, but you can see at the top where the capstone is. So we're coming into a smaller area, and then it kind of feels out at the bottom, right? So there's more people at the bottom of the pyramid, less people at the top of the pyramid. But guess what? The higher you go, the more mandatory it is for you to come in contact with your mate up here, because guess what? You don't have to look. You don't have to search. You don't have to, drudge through the earth and search high and low to find your compatible mate. It's going to be very easy for the two of you to be connected at the top of the pyramid because it's a very small amount of space, very small amount of people up here, right? So for me, people always, and going back to the conversation that I had, the conversation that I had with the, evil demonic man that attacked me online, that I had to defend myself, right? People have this thing where they try to, minimize me because I'm not in a relationship, right? I don't have any bitterness about love. You don't see me on my platform talking about, these. I'm in a great space right now. I'm up here. So I'm not worried about whether or not I'm going to meet my mate, because guess what? He's up here too. So we don't have to be down here in the bottom of the pyramid, searching through all of the rubble to find each other. There's no rubble up here. It's clean consciousness, pure positive energy, righteousness, love, high vibrational being, gratitude, appreciation, high expectations, goodwill, right? Positive energy. So I'm not worried about that type of stuff, and neither should you. But my point is, this whole thing about stay single, you can't climb up to the top though. You have to vibrate to the top. It's not a climbing posture. But I understand what you're saying. Yeah, we should all face our demons for sure. And that, facing that darkness, I'm glad you said that, because that's a microcosm of the macrocosm, right? The spiritual world wants to act like none of this is happening. Like Satan isn't knocking on the door. You know what I'm saying? Like mass chaos isn't happening around the world, and we shouldn't be garnering our, galvanizing our energy and coming up with strategies and plans. No, the spiritual world wants to pretend like this isn't happening, right? But if on an individual level, our goals, our responsibility is to battle our demons, which it is, the lower self, the darkness, that's the main dance. That's the main dance while we're here. Confront your darkness, acknowledge your lower self, study your lower self, right? The bad habits, the bad characteristics, the flaws, the things that your family projected on you, living in Babylon, all of that stuff, right? Confront those things, address those things. Yes, shadow self. Acknowledge those things, work through those things, and then that's how you get to the other end. Well, if that is the individual focus, how can it not be the collective focus? How can we not, 300 million Americans, people living in America, there's full-fledged evil and wickedness and chaos and darkness happening amongst us, and we won't even confront it? That is not godly. God is not a punk. I don't know how many times I can say that. The 99 attributes of Allah, there are different representations of the characteristics of human beings. In the Bible, Jesus versus Judas, this is aspects, the lower self versus the higher self. When the Muslims talk about the jihad and they done got all crazy and used to be, notice they don't blow themselves up anymore. That was a specific agenda for a specific time. But, this whole notion of, going out in the grace of Allah, killing yourself so you can go to heaven and be with 72 virgins. They're the retarded translations of spiritual books, right? We know it doesn't work because look at the condition of the world. How many Muslims are there on the planet, and Islam hasn't stepped in and created a strategy? Christianity hasn't stepped in and created a movement against this madness? Hold on. So, yes, the CIA, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So collectively, if individually the goal is to rid yourself of your lower self, study your demons, study your flaws, study your lower nature. This is the whole. It's a school. It's why we're here. So if you don't confront the lower nature within yourself, what's the point of all of this? If we don't confront the darkness that is facing all of us, this big ass elephant that's in the room right now, what are we doing? How can you call yourself the people of God and you know that Satan is running rampant on your planet and you won't do anything about it? I don't understand that. Do you want a man to be able to cleave to you? I don't understand that language. You have to be more specific with what it is that you're trying to say. I blocked him. I saw him on YouTube. He's gone now. So I think, did I make my point? I don't even know. I've gone all around the mountain. It's the hashtag stay single, confront your demons. And I'm not saying everybody confront demon, stay single, because love is what we need. So if you find a viable mate, and nobody's going to be perfect, everybody has flaws, especially, you know, in this time. None of us are coming to the table with everything together. Sometimes you have to work through the darkness together, but find somebody that you can work through your demons and your darkness with, not somebody that's going to bring more demons and darkness to the table. And if you're in a relationship with someone who is heavily focused on negativity, low vibration, wicked energy, whatever, that is going to make these coming days all the more difficult for you. So that notion of, you know, being equally yoked, yeah, that means more now than it ever did. Someone you can heal with. I'm healed. I'm not seeking healing. I'm very, you know, in a wonderful space right now. I don't want to seek a partner that I can heal with. That's not in alignment with the way that I see the world or that I see life. I'm not seeking a partner that I can heal with. That's saying that there's lack. No, I am seeking to be the highest vibrational being and light and love-based frequency that I possibly can. And I will attract a mate and a community and a culture that is in alignment with that. So who wants to join me on Instagram? Or I'll start answering you guys' questions now. I don't see any more trolls. I do use mods, but I haven't been online. So I just kind of, you know, came on out of the, you know, this was sporadic. It wasn't really that planned. So yeah, it's all good. Again, I don't have an issue dealing with, you know, the darkness. If it's a block, it's a block. If you want to come on live and have a conversation, let's do it. I'm not, you know, I've learned how to make peace with that myself, you know, oh, ignore it, act like it's not there. Yeah, but that's not my nature. I'm just not built like that, you know? We are more than conquerors. Okay. Trump 22 overturned election. Okay, so let me speak on it. Because I'm seeing a lot of, you know, conversation about election fraud, right? The election was fake and Trump, you know, and there's a lot of people that don't think that Trump and Putin they're like the glitch in the matrix. I don't believe that at all. I believe that both of those dudes are playing their position. How is it possible that Putin came in and started a war at the exact time that the mandates were being, you know, lifted? The timing is, you know what I mean? Like, just no, the timing of it. I don't, hold on, let me. And like I told you guys, you know, the whole Trump situation, and it's a lot of people that really think that Trump is like going to come back and be this savior during the next election. You still waiting on a savior. Like, this is why we're in this condition we're in right now. Everybody's waiting for somebody to come and do something. Waiting for somebody to come and make things right. Waiting for a governor, waiting for a mayor, waiting for a, you know, oh, Putin now is in Russia, you know, destroying so-called, you know, lab factories. I see a movie taking place personally. I don't see anything that is, you know, some glitch in the matrix, so to speak. No, this is all a part of the play. It's all a part of the plan. Keep people off balance, keep people in a fear vibration. Because as long as you're focused on Putin, as long as you're focused on Trump and Biden and Kamala with her, Lord bless her soul. If there's a soul in that woman, please let me know. I don't see no oomph to her, but God bless her. The more you're focusing on them, the less you're focusing on consciously creating a reality, which is what I've been talking about. Somebody sent me a request to be on live. Let's see what happens. So you guys on YouTube, somebody sent me a request. So I'm trying to bring him in now. If he comes up, hopefully you guys can hear the conversation. Peace.
Peace. How you doing?
How you doing?
All right.
What's going on?
I was listening to everything. I follow you all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And you be on point.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I know about a lot of it because I live a lot of it. I mean, spiritual is crucial for people, for our people. But the conscious, it's just what you're saying now it's like, it's hard to put it in words right now because, you know, the higher beings, the higher people, which are lower than me, but they higher, they have so much time, so much money, so much till the lower God has given them so much power here. But
you're talking about the power, the quote unquote powers that be, right?
Right.
Okay. So you're saying that God has given them so much power. Am I hearing you correctly?
He allowed them to have what they have, but I'm talking about the lower God.
Okay.
Yeah. The adversary, actually.
Okay. Okay.
So, yeah. So, but in other words, like what you say, because I follow all of your videos, I watch everything on a mental note, and I usually don't even come on, but this here topic is so much because I live, and many people won't believe this world, but I live it on a daily basis.
Yeah.
And I know others that live it, but man, they could control traffic. People don't believe that these people, the spiritual world, yield to these people. They can control traffic jam. They can control people's mind. They can make a program instantly, and people will go in line with this program, not know they're in that line.
Yes.
And
so let me just tell my people on YouTube so they can, because they may not be hearing you correctly. There's a brother that I'm engaging, and he's just talking about, he referenced the adversarial God or the lower God, which, might be Satan or, those different names or words that we use, depending on where you're coming from. But he's just talking about how people don't really understand the magnitude of the power that these people are kind of implementing and the things that they are putting into play in this reality, like mind control, controlling people, in ways that many people can't fathom. Much love, Sacred Storm and Divine Karma. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, those are great points. And the adversarial God versus the higher God or the righteous God, right? Those aspects of spirituality or God, as we title it, are the same things that are within us, the higher and the lower self, right? And so I think that the adversarial God or the lower God is being empowered and emboldened through this fear-based consciousness, through all of the chaos that they're implementing in our world. So the more disjointed we are, the more, out of touch we are with our higher self or our inner being, the more power that we're giving them. And, I had a thought the other day. This was a really powerful thought. I was thinking to myself, if Satan or these evil entities feed off of negative energy and off of fear, imagine how much that God grew during the time of slavery.
And here we are again.
That thought came to me, and when I thought it, I was like, oh, like that's when it really took control.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and that's what. And then look at it now. Here we are again.
Here we are again.
Still there.
Yes, and but now opposed to as before, it was, you know, let's say 40 to 50 million, 100 million, depending on who you ask, Africans that were taking all over the world. Now we're talking about 8 billion people.
Right.
So we're so that low vibrational energy, that fear-based consciousness is feeding their power.
That's right. And like you said earlier about land, I'm always looking for land.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, I'm about to purchase one. So, and doing that, I mean, they don't want you to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, but there are ways.
Mm-hmm.
And like building a community, and I see it so many times, like just a little small, just a mobile home community.
Yeah.
For people.
Yes.
That would work.
Yes.
I was looking at that and putting like plant-based food on that land.
Yeah.
And then having them feed themselves.
Yeah.
You know? But our people, we can't see that right now. There's so much distraction.
Yeah.
The distraction is killing us.
Yeah, it is.
It's
we really need, going back to what I was talking about, you know, that conscious being determined and focused in a direction to build a world, right? 2014 is not the time to start that, right? Now, right now, and really in 2020, we should have started the motion with the thinking, with the strategizing, with the spiritual focus, with the intentions, right? So we need to be like intentionally focused right now, not when the, you know what hits the fan. And I think that because we're resuming some sort of normalcy now, right? A lot of people are going to get back in that dead kind of going with the flow type of space. There's going to be a price to pay for that if people aren't careful.
That's funny that you were saying earlier you was on fast. That's where I'm at right now.
Yeah.
I think I'm second day right now.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Well, have a wonderful fast, brother. I hope that you, you know, that you create some worlds, you know what I mean, through being in that high vibrational space. I know what it takes, the willpower that it takes to really get through the fast. So thank you for coming on, for engaging me, and for dropping your jewels. I really appreciate it.
All right, I'm Morris, bro. So
Morris,
you know.
Are you the one who messaged me the other day?
I have so many different.
Okay, it wasn't you then. I got a message for somebody with a name very similar to yours, and it wasn't nice. So
it probably was my message. It probably was a message from you on my fake pages, but it wasn't me.
Okay. Well, who would be sending me a message from your fake page?
I don't know. That's what I think. I have a lot of, you know, when they took down my YouTube, they took down my Facebook years ago, and they made all kinds of fake things behind it. Okay. That's well, then we won't go into that. We're gonna end it on a high note. We're gonna end it on a high note. I appreciate you for bringing your energy and for, you know, blessing us with your wisdom. Bringing you the real energy. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. All right. Take care, brother. All right. Okay, let me see. Somebody else requested Malika. Hold on, you guys. Y'all bear with me on YouTube. If you have questions, just hang on to them. I'll get to you in just a second. A sister just requested me to come in. Peace.
Peace. How are you?
I'm well. How you doing, sis?
It's so nice to see you. I met you once many years ago. But I just wanted to, I promise I will pray that I'm not going to take up too much of your time. I know there are other people that want to speak to you and other things you want to address. I have a multitude of questions that I'm going to narrow to two, and I apologize because I was unable to listen to the entirety of your live while I was working. So if I'm asking questions, that information you've already imparted, please forgive.
It's all good. It's all good.
One of my questions is that I feel like we are overwhelmingly hampered right now with the energy I think everyone is feeling, and it's manifesting in a lot of depression and anxiety primarily, as well as other things. And it's just a collective, universal experience across the globe, but everyone I come in contact with definitely is feeling that way. And I work personally in mental health, so that's something that I'm just absorbing that kind of energy on a consistent basis anyway, and then in addition to my personal life. And so I've started to, well, I haven't just started, but I have more consistently isolate because I just can't. And I don't know if that's a good thing or not, you know, because do we need to be in each other's energy or space at this time with so much going on? Or because I'm big on introspection and I like to be alone anyway, almost to the point where it might be mildly unhealthy. So I'm not sure if I need the interaction or not, or if people need that. Yeah.
Well, for me personally, I spend a lot of time with myself. I'm very comfortable in my own skin. I love being with myself. I love my life right now. You know, as a mother, you know, as after you raise a human being for 18 years, once you get, you know, a chance to actually get back to your life, I mean, that's where I am now. Like I've pivoted out of parenting mode, even though you never stop parenting. And now I'm getting ready to like really get back into, you know, appreciating just being with myself. So for me personally, you know, I don't isolate because you know, I'm trying to be away from the world, or because, you know, I just like my company, right? So the perspective on the isolation is what matters more than anything. Are you doing it because you're, you know, because you're sick of your family, because, you know, the world is going crazy, or are you doing it because you just genuinely love who you are and love to be with in your own company, right? I'm not asking that question. I'm answering you with two different options, right? When you talk about the depression and the anxiety, yes, and I think that it has been magnified, you know, tenfold, so to speak. This is why I was going back to people, and women in particular, learning how to be alone, because a lot of people are making a lot of bad choices and decisions because they're afraid to be alone, right? But real introspection and wisdom comes from being alone. You know what I mean? When you are able to listen to and to monitor and to value and appreciate and comb through who you really are, right? Without the projections. Because most of the people in our lives project, not intentionally, right? But it's kind of the way that human beings are wired. But as far as the depression and the anxiety thing, right? My vantage point of that pre-pandemic, we have been experiencing mass mental health issues and depression and anxiety and inner chaos because human beings are not creating anymore. We're here to create. We're not here to work jobs. We're not here to make money, although we do those things, right? That's a part of our reality. We're not creating anymore. And particularly for us, right, as a right brain people, we are naturally wired to take an idea and a notion of the mind and bring it into third dimensional reality, right? So whether you're a painter or a sculptor or a builder or a contractor, or you do hair, whatever that thing is, your specific individual talent or niche is the thing that we need to start leaning on now. We're not creating. Our people and our culture, look at the magnitude of what we left behind in Kemet. It sustained itself for 10,000 years. When we look at that and then look at where we are as a people, and I'm not saying this in a negative way, when I was talking about buying land, right? My idea of creating a yoga building, right? And then a healing center and then a place for the children, right? That's the creative aspect of me. I write books. I have to, you know what I mean? I have to get that part of myself out, right? So for you in particular, and then in the broader scope of your work, focusing in on the creative aspect, finding something, whether it makes money or not, because everything we do doesn't have to make money. We always, it's because everything is so much about the bag that sometimes we focus on the bag and lose sight of the creative aspect, right? So giving your time continuously and making it just as important as your job to create something that makes you feel alive, whether it's working with plants, whether it's, you know, working with children, being in nature, creating content, creating whatever your particular talent is, those things have to be nurtured, because that is when you are talking to God. When you're creating, you're talking to God, and the expression of your desires is being in alignment with that. You look like you want to say something.
No, I was agreeing with you.
Mm-hmm.
I just, something that I always say is that, you know, what we innately feel that we do on a consistent basis, the thing that wakes us up, the thing that motivates us, the thing that we love the most, that we find ourselves doing
Yes.
Most often is what we're supposed to be doing.
Yes.
You know,
100%.
It was a part of our purpose. Yeah. So I was agreeing with what you were saying.
Okay. And let me add something else, right? So I don't forget. So I can't underscore or stress the breath enough. Because we're so, you know, depression and anxiety, and I went through, you know, a major anxiety back in 2000 and what was that, 11. And I use yoga and my breathing to get me out of that mindset and that condition and bring me back to the center, right? So having a physical, spiritual practice, mine is yoga. For some people, it might be walking. For some people, it might be Reiki or energy healing. For some people, it might be karate or Kung Fu. But having a physical, spiritual practice where you can align the breath and the body and the mind and kind of combine these different aspects of yourself. If I do yoga for an hour a day, and I'm 100% focused during that hour on maintaining those postures, on cultivating my thinking and on cultivating my breath, it's nearly impossible for me to have a bad day. It's nearly impossible. No matter what adversity comes towards me, no matter what, you know, is happening in the world, if I take that time to center myself and to be present and to be mindful of how I'm thinking, the rest of my day flows freely. Right? So go ahead.
Right.
Science of breath. Yes. Yogi Ramacharaka.
I support this. When you mentioned the breath, it just made me think of that. But yes. Mm-hmm. I just want to ask my second question.
Yes.
I don't want to take up too much of your time. Mm-hmm. The brother made me think of Parable of the Sower when he started talking about land. Mm-hmm. If you've read that book, have you read that?
No.
Octavia Butler, Parable of the Sower, and the second book is Parable of the Talents. And when she wrote those books back in the 90s, and it was set in I believe it started in 2024.
Okay. Who's the author?
And Octavia Butler.
Okay.
Parable of the Sower and Parable of the Talents.
Okay.
Science fiction. Or just
you know what?
Or, you know.
Is this it? My client brought this book for me. She's probably listening right now. Hey, Christina.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay.
Amazing book. But interestingly enough, in the Talents, which is the sequel to the Sower, she talked about a president whose slogan, this is written in the 90s now, the president's slogan was "Make America Great Again," and it was set in 2024. Interesting. And so I would love for you to speak on or talk about that book after you get an opportunity to read that in the sequel. Mm-hmm. But my second question was pertaining to what you said about staying single. Mm-hmm. I know many women like myself who are single Black women, right? And so many of them, one in particular I'm thinking about, this woman has been single essentially her whole life. And she's a very, I would call her to be, I would say that she is a high vibrational being. Mm-hmm. I think that she is a person that is of a higher consciousness than many people I interact with. And I was discussing that with her and how that felt. And what I wondered was, is it just as, how do you weigh out, I guess, staying single for the sake of vibrating higher versus, and what that looks like on the other side of just never really having a relationship, like essentially ever.
No, that's a good question.
Correct. Yeah.
And so she wants to be in a relationship. Okay, all good, sis. So she wants to be in a relationship, but she hasn't been able to meet the right man.
Correct.
Okay. So when, you know, you said the sake of vibrating higher versus never having a relationship at all, right? So those are.
She's a student. She's of life and a student in general. She is someone who's constantly learning and growing, and that I see. And I feel like I'm looking at her not being able to fulfill something that's a true desire for her.
Mm-hmm. So it's twofold, right? Because a part of this is, and this is the thing that we can't really quantify, every soul has a, kind of trajectory or a divine purpose, so to speak. And I don't think that your life is set in stone when you come here, but I do think that there are certain things that you want to accomplish while you're here, right? You might be focused emotionally this time around, right? Where you want to, give love to the world and have a very high vibrational relationship. You might be focused on business and success specifically, or, rekindling karmic debt or working through karmic debt with family members, right? But when you recognize what you don't have, and when you're living from the space of what you don't have, it gets in the way of manifesting what you want. Right? So when you said for the sake of vibrating higher, we can't approach relationships for the sake of vibrating high, because we're supposed to be vibrating high anyway, right? So that thought process, I'm working on getting my vibration right, and it's just not working. I still haven't met a man. That's a lack-based consciousness, right? So when you're focused on the now, because that's all we really have, right? Right now, I'm living, I'm breathing, I feel good. I'm a high vibrational being. I'm a beautiful woman. I have a great life. I've built a great world for myself. I lack nothing. When you're in that space and you've already been very intentional with the universe about the type of partner and the type of mate that you want, it's only a matter of time before it comes to you. But when you're living in the space of, I've been doing everything right and it's still not coming for me, the universe is saying, oh, here's more. She's still talking about what she doesn't have. There's more, right? Yeah. So it's kind of like a little, it's a mind twist, because you have to get out of the no. When you say no to the universe says, here's more no. When you say yes to the universe, you open yourself up to manifest the things it is that you desire. A lot of women, particularly our women, are living from the space of it's not here yet. And then society is completely reiterating all the time, this percentage of Black men are gay, this percentage of Black men are in jail, right? The whole war between men and women. There's so many things that keep reminding us that there is a lack of quality men, so to speak, that it's hard for it to not kind of seep into your subconscious mind. And then you start being, maybe I'm meant to be alone. If you're having those thoughts, then the universe is saying, yeah, maybe you are. You know what I mean? So getting out of that no consciousness and into that yes consciousness, yes to love, right? I think a lot of women need to find a man to love, whether it's their grandfather or their father or a neighbor, not love like intimately, right? But love like, I see you. And you're a man and you have masculine, you have a masculine perspective on the world that can help me. We need male guidance, right? We need men's perspective. We need men to be in our lives. So sometimes we need to cultivate relationships with the opposite sex, not with the intention of being with them. And so that the 5 love languages talks about different ways of expressing love to your mate, right? Well, in my Keys to Womanhood workbook, I took those 5 love languages and applied them to men in general. I don't need to be in a relationship with a man to do something good for a man. We have uncles and cousins and nephews and grandfathers and men that never are not receiving nurturing and compassion, right? So I think building those type of relationships and kind of sowing the seed, so to speak, for righteous male-female dichotomy, and then saying, yes, I say yes to love. I give love. So I'm not worried about when it's going to come. Oh, I'm 40 now. The clock is ticking. If you're watching the clock, you're in a lack-based consciousness. You know what I mean?
And she's watching too. She's watching, so I'm glad that you're staying all day.
That was for you, sis.
Thank thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Look, I'm probably going to DM you with the other 35 questions.
It's all good.
And let someone else speak. So
all right.
Thank you so much. Peace to you.
Peace, Queen. Okay. That was a good interaction, I think. I hope you guys can hear the conversation okay on YouTube. And just hang with me, YouTube. We in this together. And I hope you guys can hear everything okay on there. Peace. How you doing, sir?
Hold on, let me get to the other room real quick. Put your phone in there? All right. This is just, call me off guard. I was in the kitchen with my mom, but I was gonna say ZaZa. So my name is David.
I know, I remember you.
Yeah, man. Listen, I've been a student of yours, I would say, since 2013. The year after I graduated from college with Enemy Minds, and I bought your workbooks, I bought mad DVDs, I got everything, way back for years. Anyway, I want to get to the point. Thank you, salute to you for everything that you do.
Much love.
Trying to figure out the best way to put myself into a space where I could kind of determine what's next in life for me at this point. Little context. I gave a lot of money up because of a choice that I made with certain mandates that they was throwing around in the city. We ain't doing that on this side. So I left it on the table. And, I'm a hustler. I've been doing what I got to do ever since to maintain. But I'm in a space right now where I'm just like trying to figure out what's next to come. So any insight that you have as to, what can be done.
Well, when I use, and I don't know if you were listening before, shout out to Joe Muhammad. Thank you very much, my brother. Assalamu alaikum. What would you attempt to do if nothing was in your way? If there were no limitations?
I heard you say that, and I was riding around, and I was like, damn, a couple of things came to mind. Yep. But that's your higher self talking to you. You asked yourself a question and your self responded, right? So, and a lot of times when that happens, we talk ourselves out of it, right? Because we don't have the money for that, or, the time or whatever, these different stipulations. But now is the time to lean into those things that you really, really, really want to do, right? And I feel like this is the time for us to make everything count. I feel like we're walking through the pages, like we're creating history with what we do right now. I think that 50 and 100 years from now, that children are going to be studying and reading about the example that we set right now, right? So from that vantage point, and I think you have some background in technology, if I remember correct, right? No,
Education. Okay, and did you write a book?
Nah.
I feel like we had a conversation about this before, but so I have a client who is she's probably watching. She had to leave her job last year because of the mandates. She's right here in Southern California. And so she came to my event in October, and she was super vexed and stressed about, I want to run a business doing education, but I just lost my job. I don't know what to do. Well, fast forward, we worked together for 3 months. She now is working, she does online tutoring. She also is writing a book. She also works with special needs students. She also does in-house tutoring, right? So if you're in education, this is the time, this is your moment, right? There's some 100 million people in the world that are gonna need people to educate their children that are not gonna be playing this game with this system, right? So you got a very large niche potential clientele that you can hone in and tap into, but you don't have to do it from the vantage point of figuring out, yes, you want to know what they need specifically, but how do you want it to look? How do you want it to feel? She was telling me about, there's this thing called pods where you can basically have a bunch of parents meet at a parent's house and do homeschooling, where you're the actual teacher and you bring the children, you guys meet. She got a client that she's getting in when school starts next year, that she's going to be teaching like 5 different children as a self-employed woman who's not connected to any school system, right? So between, internet, Zoom calls and whatnot, who your niche clientele is, who your preferred student age range and things like that. Sit down and write a list of what that looks like.
Who is your specific target audience demographic? What type of, children, whether it's teenage boys or, younger ages. She likes to work with preschool and special needs students. So we catered our whole work around that, right? But you said, I don't know what's next. So your job now is to figure out what's next, but not like I got bills to pay, right? We want to figure out what's next based on what are the divine, unique, specific things about me as an educator that I bring to the table that the world needs right now. You got 100 million potential customers out in the world right now waiting for you. So there is no shortage. And you don't have to be punching no time clock and, somebody standing over you and telling you what to do and micromanaging. All of that stuff's off the table now. We're operating in business from a free sovereign mindset. So think about what it is you want to do from a free sovereign mindset. How can I be an educator? And what would I create with no limitations? That's the job right now. Not to go get a job, even though if you got to get a job, but your job right now is to hone in on the things that you are great at and use those. And then from that vantage point, okay, I know what I'm really good at. I'm really good at education. I'm good with working with, these type of children or these type of students, et cetera. Okay, we got that. Who do I prefer to work with? Do I prefer to work with, different demographics? Okay, this is who I prefer to work with. Okay, where are these students? Are they in school? Are they being homeschooled? Are they, going to charter schools, right? There's no limitation for you right now. The world is your oyster. If you're an educator right now and you're self-employed or you're looking to be self-employed, this is the time where you can really thrive, especially when the new school year rolls around. So your timing is right on point. It's what, March? You got April, May, June, July, August. School starts around August. It's a blank slate. Paint a beautiful picture.
Copy. Loud and clear. Thank you, ZaZa. That's love. Appreciate you.
All right, brother. I'll see you soon.
All right. Peace.
Let me bring my sister Yara in here. Y'all good on YouTube? Hold on. Let me know when you on, Queen. Y'all know I must love you because I'm fasting, right? This is usually when my fasting, when I start getting hungry, but I'm not hungry because we vibing and the energy is good. So I haven't eaten anything since last night and I'm good. You there, sis? Yara? Let me know if you can hear me. I brought you in. Okay, she left. I must have caught her off guard. Let's see. Somebody else is in here. All right. Aboriginal. I'm bringing you in. Peace, you there? Peace.
No.
Oh, I finally get to see your face. I've been interacting with this brother for a long time now. How you doing?
What's good, Scorpio?
I mean, just doing what Scorpios do.
You didn't know I was a Scorpio?
I do now.
Oh, we kind of cutting out. I can't even see you. I don't know what's going on with.
I think I think her line is disconnecting. It's like, because I can still see her box.
Oh, okay.
But I think it's like disconnecting.
No, I didn't want to take up too much of your time. I was just stopping through, show some love. I did catch the clubhouse, and it's good to see your stinger still works.
Yes, sir.
You handled yourself appropriately. The real ones in the room could sense the energy, but that's neither here nor there. It is a great time to be alive,
yes.
Despite what's going on in the world. We feel rejuvenated with a little bit of intensity. I am a Scorpio, so I'm ready to go to war.
Yes.
And
yes.
I guess for me, so for me, it's like I got big visions, especially with my brand here, Aboriginality.
Okay.
And the goal is to essentially, I embody a lot about what you preach, right? What you profess, and what you write about, obviously. And so I would like essentially to galvanize a following of sound, mind, body, and soul. This is not necessarily based on color. It's not based on any of that. You know, we're showing images of us, right? But that's just a part of the history lesson. But anybody can come, you know, and can wear it. So my goal has always been to spearhead some type of movement of identity, so that the original people of the planet can take back, you know, their rightful place, not for the sake of supremacy, but for the sake of recultivating the land and getting everybody on one accord. And that's not just exclusive to us as original people. It's just, you know, anyone with an original mind. So with my endeavors with this brand, I do foresee it taking flight, based out of here in Dallas by way of Oklahoma. So obviously the goal is to touch base with the indigenous side, land acquisitions. You know, we want to do the whole nine. So it's lofty goals. I do come from corporate, you know, originally, but I've always been of a conscious mind, and so I've always stood out from that standpoint.
So are you? Is that a question?
Got delayed.
Can you hear me?
I hear you, but it's like staticky in and out, and then your camera's like frozen.
Yeah, I can see. Oh, it's because my live's getting ready to end again on YouTube, on Instagram. Okay, so I'm gonna I'll hang up and just come back in a couple of minutes. You guys come back to Instagram. I have to shut it off again. Apparently, I've been talking for 3 hours, and I'm fasting, so I must really love you guys. I'm gonna close it out, and then I'll come right back in. Okay, give me 1 second.
Right.
This is exciting. I'm liking this. Hold on 1 second, YouTube. Thank you guys for rocking with me and listening to this, you know, to this interaction. I really appreciate it. This is gonna be my last time though, going on Instagram Live. We're gonna start rolling this down in a minute because I know as soon as I get off this call, my brain is going to deflate. Okay. Instagram is I_am_ ZaZa_Ali. And because my page is censored, you're going to have to type in my whole screen word name, or otherwise you won't be able to find me. If you just type my name, it won't come up. So it's I_am_ZaZa_Ali. I'm going to get you guys in YouTube. If you guys have some questions, go ahead and drop them in the chat, because I'm going to take maybe one or two more questions from the audience on Instagram, and then I'll be back with you guys. But I like because you guys can hear the questions, you know, it's kind of like a full conversation that everybody can kind of communicate in. So, all right, let's bring the brother back in. Go live with Aboriginality. Hopefully it'll come through. Shalom. Royalty Lord Prince was good. Give him a second. Okay, is that better?
Yeah, it's better, much better.
Okay, wonderful. So you have this t-shirt line. You are focusing on, you know, using your talents to raise the consciousness, all people, you know, the original mind aspect. You said you have a corporate background. You said you have lofty goals. I don't think you should use that language. Just because what's lofty about it? You know, if in the bigger scheme of the universe, it's not lofty, it's probably really small, the things that you want. You know what I mean? So just be conscientious about that, because we are scared to soar. Even if we want to fly, sometimes, like, you know, the notion of soaring, you know, or grandeur, delusions of grandeur, right? Having, you know, your drink, champagne dreams and wine wishes, right? So I don't feel like any of that is lofty. I feel like if all of those things are what you desire and you put your mind and your heart in it, that it's only a matter of time before it comes into fruition.
Man, we kind of like, I don't know what's going on. The universe is hating with the
because it's clear on my end. And you chopping.
Wow.
I think it's your.
I think it's robotic almost.
I think it's your. It might be your internet, because your image is kind of choppy.
I moved to another location.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes. Thank you. Who's that? Soupon? Thank you for putting my my Instagram handle in the chat.
Okay. Yeah, it's like very robotic. ZaZa, I don't want to hold you up. I can try to tap back in with you another time.
Okay. Okay, let's do that. And
Okay.
you know, we'll talk by message. So just hit me up.
Okay, I got you.
All right, peace, King. Somebody asked about the non-playable characters in YouTube, and I'll let me address that just so I can give him a second to hang up and kind of clear the video feed on Instagram. So yeah, the non-playable characters are all around us. There's a show, a movie on Netflix. Who is that? Ryan Gosling, I think. No, it's not Ryan Gosling. It's one of the other kind of I forget his name. But he's basically a video game character who is stuck in his video game, in the loop of his video game, right? His role in the video game is to be a bank teller. You know, he's a non-playable character. He only does what he does, and that's it. But he gains consciousness after he meets this woman because he's basically smitten with her. And again, yes, Ryan Reynolds. Yes, that's him. Thank you. So he's smitten with this woman. So again, love is always this underlying theme, even in the Matrix, right? The relationship between Trinity and Neo, the love between them is what the real, you know, kind of spark was, or the real revolution. It's Free Guy. Yes, thank you. Free Guy is the name of the movie. But just like in the Matrix, the love between Trinity and Neo, even though Neo was the one, right? Neo wasn't able to pull off his mission without the love, that the binding love element between him and Trinity, right? And so even in Free Guy, this movie, his consciousness is sparked. He realizes that he's in a fake world, so to speak, just because he meets this woman and kind of falls in love with her. So I think the underlying sentiment of that is always, of course, you know, love is the highest frequency, and the highest frequency always wins. That goes for sure. But then, so the non-playable characters, I'm surrounded by them. These are the people that are not really in the game. These are the people that are not paying attention to what's happening in the world. They're not moving with deliberate action. They're not thinking with deliberate thought. They're going with the flow. There's nothing more dangerous than going with the flow in the devil's world. I need to make that a post. Somebody send that to me. There's nothing more dangerous than going with the flow in the devil's world. Right. And there's a lot of people that are just kind of going with the flow. I talked about the calcified pineal gland before, right? If you don't have your higher, you know, deeper level of consciousness with, you know, something beyond this physical world, right? We're spiritual beings having a physical experience. If you are not connected on a spiritual level to all of the things that are unseen, right? Operating in the world, no understanding that you're a spirit having a physical experience. And going with the flow, doing whatever your government tells you to do. Your government is being run by Satan, right? Doing, you know, stuck in miserable conditions and situations, not creating. Non-playable characters don't create anything. They don't create anything in the game. So taking it out of the video game or the metaverse element, right? Much love, King Ted. I appreciate you. I said Joe Muhammad too. Assalamu alaikum, brother. So just, you know, if you are not contributing something, and I really want to emphasize that, like, what are you contributing to the broader scope of this planet? And you don't have to be ZaZa talking about the conspiracy theory stuff or you're writing books. No, it needs to come specifically through your individual kind of divine perspective. God is here on the planet having an experience through you.
And when I first heard Abraham Hicks say that, and I study a lot of different, things. Elijah Muhammad said, the Black man is God. There are, spiritual teachers and whatnot that have been, emphasizing that point about, certain human beings or whatever, this idea of humanity and God. But when I heard Abraham Hicks say, and I was in the space to receive it at that time, that the universe or God is actually experiencing the physical realm through you. And I sat back and really thought about that. Was like, God's not gonna have a mediocre experience through me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want the creator of the heavens and earth, being like, man, she sure was bunk. You know what I'm saying? Or, it's all this stuff going on in the world, and she just kind of sat by and watched it all happen. No. That's my idea of a non-playable character, right? You have all of this power in your brain and in your, what the physical body is actually capable of. There's trillions of cells that all have consciousness. Every cell in your body has consciousness. They take instructions, right? If you think negative, your cells are saying, okay, we're thinking negative today. Let's produce a disease. If you're in a self-destructive pattern of behavior or way of living, you are instructing your body to create disease, right? So we're wired for well-being. Your body is actually created and wired for you to live at the highest capacity. Neville Goddard said sin is reneging on your desires. He didn't say it in that language, but that's basically what he said. Like, no, we think sinning is not quote unquote obeying God. He said, no, sinning is when you have a desire or a divine mission on this planet or something that you want to manifest or fulfill, and you turn your back on that. And that was like, man, because, we emphasize the rituals, right? Pray 5 times a day, or make sure you're praying, or, we're praying from these very low vibrational spaces. We're not praying, expecting our prayers to be answered. You technically answer the prayer yourself based on the energy that is matched with the frequency of the prayer. If the frequency of the prayer is desolate and desperate, it's going to produce a desolate and desperate result. If the frequency of the prayer is, I have faith, I trust, I know, I believe, I deserve, I desire, therefore it shall be, it's just a matter of time before it comes to you. Right. And I'm not, taking anything away from a higher consciousness, a higher being or God. Like, we're all, kind of remnants of this bigger totality of what God is, but it's not separate from us. It's a part of us. So if your idea of God, Allah, Jah, Ra, the Netarus, the ancestors, Jehovah, right? I'm okay with all of those things. I embrace all of those things. They all came from us, right? So if those are your concepts of God, what if Allah is watching and living in the world through you, waiting to create? You can build furniture or write books or create technology or build schools, or like, how is God experiencing the physical realm through you? We've become monotonous and boring and mediocre, and you know what I mean? Like, and the only fanfare is when Kanye West creates a STEM speaker. Okay, that's great, but in my mind, that's not it's wonderful. He's getting 200 a pop, but like, what are we giving to the world that only we can give to the world? What's that thing that's uniquely individual to you that you can give to the world? So the non-playable characters are not creating. The non-playable characters are following the program and following the script. And I have non-playable characters have been revealed to me in my family, as well as my friends, as well as people I've been knowing my whole life. So this is not y'all out there. This is all of us. We're all experiencing this. The non-playable characters are on a program. They're not unique. They're not special. They're not emphasizing their individual greatness. They're not striving to be a part of the collective. They're not giving anything of quality or substance to the world. They're just doing whatever they're told. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm glad you asked that question, because the non-playable characters are have increased. And I think the non-playable characters, the more people that kind of sign up indirectly to be non-playable characters, it's emboldening this satanic agenda. Just like when I was talking to the brother and talking about slavery, if Satan feeds off of negative, low vibrational energy, then he must have been feasting for 400 years. And that explains how Bill Gates came to be. Because for 400 years, his God, you know what I'm saying, was feeding off the energy of the masses, and there was no strong vibrational countenance. Nobody from Africa came to look for the people who were brought over here. Nobody in South America stood up for, you know, the Africans that were brought to America. And please understand, all Black people in America were not slaves. There were Black people that were already here, that were already well established in consciousness. They left the pyramids in New Mexico. Those Olmec heads, don't write me and tell me those people weren't African, because they might not have been African, but they were definitely Black. They were definitely melanated people. So Sun Goddess wants to come in. Is this my sister from LA? Let me see. She was in first, so I'll get her and then I'll get the next one. Let me know when you come through, sis. Sun Goddess, accept. Yeah, but we ain't doing no non-playable characters. You stay in your lane. You just stay out of my way, because you work for the devil now. That's why I was mad at Nas. I was like, man, you work for Satan now. I can't. I've been struggling to listen to his music ever since. And listen. It's not a one and done, because we all trying to figure this thing out. I ain't trying to make it seem like I know better than Nas, or I'm greater than him, or more smarter than him. Every day we choose Jesus or Judas. You know what I mean? So Nas can step to the podium tomorrow and be like, man, I ain't with none of this. You know, we building a new world. I don't know. I don't know where his mind is at. I don't know what's going on in his mind and his heart. I'm just saying. I'm not promoting anything. I had a couple of a homegirl on from New Orleans. She might be watching. If she is, I love you. But yeah, she put up a post that was like, oh, we having, we're having this event, and all the children are going to come, and we're going to feed them, and, jumpers and everything. And then it was like, and we're giving children 5 to 11 free shots. What? My friend posted this? So I just put little eyes on the post. She sent me a message, and she thought about it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, no, this is not, you can't just be idly doing things now, idly posting things and not really thinking through what it is that you're doing. And when I tagged Nas in that post, I had the statistics of the ADV, the injuries and the deaths and all of that type of stuff. So yeah, he saw it. What he's going to do with that information is out of my hands. Doesn't matter to me, but you could be playing for a different team. If you playing for a different team, I'm not with it. That's the Scorpio in me. I don't toe the line. I'm not in limbo about anything. I am 100% riding with truth and righteousness, and we're going to overcome this. And I will not be one of the ones that succumb and, I got tricked. I signed $1 million contract, and next thing you know, I couldn't do anything about it. No, it's not going to happen. I think she dropped off. Let me see. I don't know why it's not bringing you in, sis, but I'm going to try to bring Terry in. I just accepted your request, so let me see if it comes through. Accept. I'm trying to bring, okay, peace.
Peace. How you doing?
I'm awesome. How are you?
All is well. A little tired, been a long day.
I do understand. Yes. What's on your mind?
A few things. One thing is, I'm from Kentucky, right? I'm from Paris, Kentucky. That's the home of Garrett Morgan. Some of y'all who don't know, he invented the stoplight, the gas mask. I know a lot of people relate him to Cleveland, but today I had the honor of actually having lunch with his granddaughter, whose name is Sandra Morgan. So it was a big day.
Okay.
And we have another event coming up tomorrow. But I just wanted to speak on something I heard you talk about earlier, and that was like going to war with like the devil in the system, like consciously though, right? I was in a barbershop the other day, and a lady was in there, and she said that, God, the Most High she's a Christian, so God put it on her heart to go and open up these women's shelters, right? So she was like, I'm gonna go talk to my pastor about it, and I hope he gives me the blessing. I'm like, what? I'm like, I thought you said God put it on your heart.
Right.
Like, if this man don't give you the blessing, you got to go do what God put on your heart, right?
Yes.
So the dialogue kept going on, and we started talking about homelessness, right? I'm like, the only reason why homelessness exists is because these children of God have not eradicated it. All the problems in the world, we supposed to be the problem solvers, right? I'm like, imagine if every church turned into an outreach center and they open their doors to the homeless.
Mm-hmm.
As many square feet of church that we have in the country, we could at least eradicate that.
Yes,
like, I mean,
especially the churches in Atlanta. The churches in Atlanta look like mega mansions, and there's like 1,000 of them.
Come on. So when you look at the mentality of the church or the mosque or these other temples and the synagogues, that this is God's house, but we ain't gonna do God's work. Mm-hmm. That's a problem. Yeah. Like, who gonna do it? You understand what I'm saying? So yes. I got an organization called the Voice Movement. I created this when I was in federal prison, right?
Okay.
And I had made all these decisions to get me there, and I'm like, all right, we got to make different decisions. First thing we're gonna do is get back to what we took from and what we destroyed, right? Mm-hmm. So I got out in 2016, and we've been doing a lot of great work in my community. Tomorrow's actually the 1-year anniversary of us opening up our youth center. Okay. And we was able to, create 2 community gardens, you know what I mean? Just stuff like that. And we did this last year, but that was my first time. And I'm from Kentucky. I know y'all probably think I live on a farm or something, but that's not true. I ain't never even put my hands in the soil like that till last year. Mm-hmm. But what we got out of the ground was so powerful, right? Because my community center, I bought an old Black-owned store right smack there in the neighborhood. And when I say the neighborhood, like they trapping out the back door, like the next houses. So, I deal with that element. Yeah. But it was just so powerful to be able to go to this garden, pick green peppers and tomatoes and walk them to the elderly. Yes. And they be like, you got some more tomatoes? Mm-hmm. But it was just the earth feeding us, right? And somebody had put in the live earlier about being self-sufficient. Mm-hmm. And so now the powers that be, they seen me just doing for self, doing, for the community, because, we do community restoration as well. And that building was almost dilapidated before we rehabbed it. So the courts ended up reaching out to me and asking me if I was willing to create a program that was specifically designed for Black males who may not have had a drug problem, have a selling drug problem, who have a gang problem, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So we've been able to, me with my felon self, right, or ex-felon or whatever, I've been able to go into the courtroom, our organization, to speak on behalf of these young brothers. Mm-hmm. And every time I went in there with a recommendation, it's been 100% that they went with the recommendation. Mm-hmm. It didn't matter if they didn't like it. Like one time they asked me to do a bond assessment. I didn't even know what to do. They said, can you go do a bail assessment on this young man? I went with a pen and pad, no questions on it. Like, what's your name? What's your family type? Just basic questions. And I was like, y'all let me sign him out on a $30,000 surety bond. Mm-hmm. They was like, what? I said, let me sign him out on a $30,000 surety bond. That's my bond assessment. Mm-hmm. And they let me do it. Mm-hmm. So what we doing now is and you was talking about this earlier about everybody's not supposed to do the same thing. You do stay in your purpose place. Yes. So what we're doing now is we're really penetrating the judicial system. Okay. Like we really being able to go in there and free our brothers and sisters who may be battling with addiction or just that criminal mindset. And it's powerful to see in this day and time, like you're saying, stay woke about what's going on. Yeah. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So the Voice Movement is my nonprofit, but we're really penetrating our environment, so to speak.
What's your so Voice Movement is your nonprofit, right?
Yeah, the Voice
Do you guys have
yes.
Do you have an Instagram page for the nonprofit?
Same name, yeah. VO, I put it in here. Yeah. Okay. Same name, Voice Movement.
And so we can go to that page and kind of see how you guys are galvanizing the community and benefiting the culture, right?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so let's everybody that, because you know my people that rock with me really rock with me. Let's go to his Instagram, Voyeurs Movement, and see what's happening in the community. And you in Kentucky, so you need global support. You know what I mean? Because I know you're not getting a lot of backing from the community, because that's, you know, just how these things go. But can we go to your website? Is there a way to support you? Do you guys sell products, books? Do you have a donation site?
I did. Yeah, I got a book that I self-published probably like right in the middle of the pandemic. Me and one of my cellies, we actually co-wrote that. It's called The Sagas of the Pharaoh. We wrote that for our sons while we was in there, right? We was like, man, we got to do something.
Okay.
Let's create a positive superhero that our kids can look up to.
Mm-hmm.
So we wrote that. I self-published that back in like 2019, 2020. But look at how powerful that was. I wrote it for my son. And when I get out, my son does a cover art and the back art for the
Nice.
book. I was like, wow.
That's dope.
That was powerful. It was deep.
Yeah. So send me a copy of the book, and I'll post it in my story so that everybody that's listening, we have 100 people on Instagram and 260 people on YouTube, right? So, because this has to be, and I know you didn't, I'm not saying you chimed in for this particular reason, but I'm taking it here. This is where, you know, the people that are actually doing the things that we always talk about need to be done have to be supported. Everybody doesn't need to build a community center and go in and work directly with the children, because everybody doesn't want to do that, but we need that. So the people that are doing that need to get our support, right? So I would like to ask the people that are listening, if you are able to, when I share this book, you can go to the page and check it out, you know, or, you know, do your due diligence or whatever, but support this book. And by supporting the book, or in whatever capacity we can support you, we are supporting the children in the community in Kentucky. I'm taking my own initiative to put that out there, right? Voyage Movement, he's on YouTube. So I'll share the link for the book. You guys can check it out and we can support you in that way. So let's just get that out the way. Did you have a specific question outside of that?
I just heard you speaking about Nas, right? Mm-hmm. So I missed that whole situation where you say he was working. And there's a good point though, because you're either working, it's two bosses out here. It ain't three, it ain't four.
It's only two.
So I missed that, because that, you know, that's my guy. But you know, if you saying he done switch lanes, I need to know what happened, so I can do my research.
He broke my heart. It's on my. And maybe
I go.
So okay, no, I'm gonna tell you. And I've been, because I asked a couple of people, like, am I looking at this too much? But you know, I love hard. If I'm on your team, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to the end of the earth and back. I don't care if you're a rapper or if you're in my family, or if I bang with you, I bang with you. But I'm gonna need, if I'm gonna support you, then if I see some shit that looks wayward, I'm gonna have to call that out too, right? So Nas has basically promoted several events, and he's doing a festival for sure in California that has mandated regulations, if you know what I mean. Right? So, and was it his event? No. The flyer said, it's in New York, here's the address, here's the information. You either have to be this, you have to have taken a shot, or you have to, you know, right? And so I'm like, to me, that is just, especially when you are financially like where you want to be, you know what I mean? There's nothing else that you like at that point. There have to be some stipulations, right? I'm not going to be a part of that, or I will be a part of that. And he did something with Lil Nas X too, which, you know, in the comparison, this is way bigger what I'm talking about, but still that's relative, right?
Yeah, that was a sign.
So on my page, I put a post up. I put 10 slides with a bunch of different celebrities, Deion Sanders, Nas, who else? It was like 10 of them. And I'm just asking the community, is this something that we should be looking at? Should we be concerned about this? Or do these people have our, undivided loyalty regardless to whom or what?
Right. Because you can't say, oh, that's the powers that be, man. I ain't got nothing to do with that. It's your event. Like, you got enough power in your voice to say, hold up, we ain't doing it that way, or I ain't doing it.
Or no.
So, yeah.
Because aren't we all in that situation? I can tell you for sure, because I've definitely lost money in the last 2 years because my name is synonymous with the V word. I wrote a whole book about it. So now at this point, like, I can't do business with certain people or certain entities just specifically based on that. If you go to my website, I'm drawing a line in the sand off top. Right? So we're all in that situation. I talked about my client, she left her job. You know what I mean? People are families are breaking up, relationships are breaking up. Like, at what point does it pivot from we're all just kind of going with the flow and watching this happen and seeing what's going down to no, I'm actively saying no. I know people that are taking fake paperwork to go to concerts.
Right.
So, okay, you're not playing the game in that regard, but you're still playing the game because you're not standing up to this. Plus, it's probably not the best thing health-wise to be in an environment with 60,000 people that might have poison that might be radiating and could possibly affect you right now. That's a strategy. So go to the post. Check it out. Okay. It's not that far down my page. I wrote a whole synopsis. I gave the statistics of people that have been negatively affected. I gave the Yakub, kind of element to it, and told him he's walking a fine line between playing the position that, check it out. And then you can message me and let me know what you think about that. But yeah, it still doesn't sit right with me. And he saw it.
Oh yeah, I'm on it, sis.
He saw it.
One of my main men, he's a Nas disciple, so he always, I'm gonna have to break his heart.
I mean, he God buddy. You can go to his page and see, you know what I mean? And like, he's actually made songs where he's talking about this, like, the parent, what is this? What is a blind? The parent supposed to be protecting their child and they taking their child to get shots. Like, he's talked about this in his music. So now you indirectly kind of in limbo or nonchalantly supporting this. I don't care what the reason is. Not if you worth 500 million or just say you don't have any power without saying you don't have any power.
Yeah.
So
and the only way you didn't have no power unless you gave it up.
Right, exactly. So that's where it was with it. But when you check that post out, message me and let me know, I don't think I was too hard. I don't think I was too hard. I want to get a consensus because I don't like to be the only person in the crowd, you know what I mean? Kind of saying something and then everybody else is like standing around watching me, you know what I mean? Shouting from the rooftop, and it's something that needs to be said, but ain't nobody backing me or people don't agree. Not that I'm going to stop saying it because I'm not, but I do like to get the consensus of the people that actually pay attention to what I do. Because, truth has layers and levels, and, there's a time for war and there's a time for peace too. Yeah, we in a war, but if we're not preparing for peace and cultivating love between one another, then what are we really doing? And I love Nas. Like, you broke my heart, Fredo. You know what I'm saying? Like, I rock with Nas. You can go back through my page. You'll see him everywhere. So it was very personal and sentimental for me. And it still is, we don't have a lot of soldiers out here that have a spiritual mind but that are also like really conscientious about what's happening on the planet. So for me, I'm looking for God everywhere. And if I feel that truth in you, you're going to get a little bit more leniency from me because we short on warriors. You know what I'm saying? So can we clean this up? Can we fix this? Can we, I'm not done with him yet, but I'm definitely looking at him sideways.
But you said the right thing earlier. It's a line that got to be drawn in the sand. Yes. You're doing a culture cleanse. Mm-hmm. If you got to be on one side or the other, there ain't none of that. I'm jumping over here, I'm coming back. Mm-hmm. Figure out what you want to do, and you can always come over, but you got to be all the way in when you get on the side.
Yes.
So I'm definitely I'm with you. Let me say this before we go. I am honored to share the live with you. Since I ran across your page, it's been nothing but food for the soul. So continue to do what you're doing, despite if you only one yelling, you may be the only one woke. You got to wake everybody else up. So sometimes, that's what it is.
Yeah.
And It's a lot of people out asleep right now,
Yes.
despite all the signs.
Yeah.
I mean, this government is giving them nothing, but they want to say, they said go get a shot. And then they get another shot. Okay, when's that going to end? And then, COVID is cool, y'all go about your day.
Mhm.
Huh?
Yeah, he likes the devil. He likes the devil because the devil gives him nothing. Like, you guys are in love with this world, and they didn't promise you it was going to cure you. They didn't promise it was going to make you healthy, and you still went for it because for a paycheck. But God gave you. But God gave you a planet.
On this live,
huh?
They've been hearing you say key words like, "You got to build this new world. You got to build this new reality."
Yes.
So if anybody in here didn't know what to do next, you planted some seeds for them to be able to move and start creating their own reality, because it's not a game out here.
Yes.
But we know the end game, we know the end story, but we gotta create that though.
Yes.
So I tell all my people, we in this verse right here in your scriptures, thy kingdom come, thy will be done
on earth as it is in heaven.
So we building that right there. So
Absolutely.
we ain't staying out of that. Y'all can read all the other. I don't know what else the Bible. I know that. That's where we at.
Yeah.
So we kingdom building over here.
Yes.
If you go look at my page, I just put a crown. It's a small building. I just put a crown on there, right? Mm-hmm. Just to say, look, we kingdom building over here.
Mm-hmm. And, absolutely.
One last thing, right? In our neighborhood, it used to be called a 148 zone. Mm-hmm. They called it the drug zone, right? So what I did was I put that 148 up on the crown, but I put Psalms 148 in front of it, right? Mm. So if you go read Psalms 148, you're gonna be like, okay, yeah, they own it. Yeah. Well, tell us what Psalms 148 is before you check out. Give us I know you don't know. You probably don't. I'll give you a little breakdown. It's basically saying in a few scriptures, it says that judges, kings of the earth, princes of the earth, all y'all gotta bow down. You know what I mean? So it's basically saying, I don't care how lofty you think you are. Yes. All y'all gonna have to bow down. Yeah. And I'll just leave that nugget in there because it's about 20 some verses. But yeah, no, they gonna get this work. Believe that. They are gonna get this godly, righteous, powerful warrior, you know what I mean? Intentional, like, yeah, we're not just operating with this, this earthly family. Like, our family is universal. You know what I'm saying? So they're gonna get this work. It's only a matter of time. And when y'all moving out, move with dominion. Yes. Move with dominion. 100%. Move through it like it's yours. Yes. You gotta have that type of mindset because it is yours. They just acting, they tricked you out of it. Yes. All of this is yours. Yes. And that's how I move. When I'm in the courtroom, I'm like, all right. Yes. Yeah, you got the robe on and all that, but I'm getting ready to lay down the judgment. Yeah. Thou preparest the table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointed my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Like, there's nothing that this government or this world can do to me or take from me. There's nothing that I lack. In my Father's house, there are many mansions. You know what I'm saying? So if we leave one, then we'll go to another one. It's just a door. It's just a door, But yeah, so it's definitely been an honor. Thank you for lifting me up a little bit. It's been one of them days. Oh, it's all good, brother. That's what we're here for. Y'all continue to do y'all's work. Everybody on here, y'all got to be a part of the mission. That wouldn't be tapped into this frequency if you wasn't. Yeah, this is a different type frequency over here. So much love, King. I'm honored. Thank you. I appreciate you. All right, peace. I'm going to try to bring this one sister in. Let's see if we can get her in. I've been trying to add her. And after this, we are going to take maybe a couple of, if you guys have questions on YouTube, we'll do that. Otherwise, I will bid you all farewell on my first day of fasting. Let's see. Can I get you in, Sun Goddess? I don't know why I keep trying to accept you, but it's not bringing you in. So let me know. YouTube, do you guys have any questions? Anything you want to ask me while you have my ear? And I'm on this high because I'm fasting. So, my mind and my heart is susceptible to receiving and expressing truth, as well as, what am I trying to say? Being able to really feel where you guys are right now. Like, I feel it. You know what I mean? I can feel the energy. I can feel the frequency. The momentum is high. We in a righteous space. Okay, so Sun Goddess Love can't join. So cool. Any questions? I'm going to give it a couple of
minutes. I think somebody asked me a question and I lost it. Just make sure you check your DMs after this clip, for clips from YouTube. Okay. Much love, Paul. I missed you guys too. That's why I'm here. That's why I have been talking to you guys for 3.5 hours, I think. This is, I could have did a full-fledged presentation, and I'm fasting. So, you know, but this is where we have to be now, like taking the initiative, you know what I'm saying, to raise the vibration. I don't, you know, that's what I'm here for. So this is my work. This is my business, so to speak. More YouTubes and more lives, please. I know, but y'all got to support me. I don't get paid to do YouTubes and lives. So, you know, this is, I write books. I create content. I run a business, you know, and because of the nature of dealing with the public like this, you know, it can go great. And then sometimes it goes left, you know, and I have to deal with the repercussions of that. So the only thing that I ask and have continued to ask is, I don't even ask for donations because, you know, buy my books. That's reciprocal. How often do I fast? I know I have some water right here. I fast when I'm on my square once a month for 3 days. And that is from the How to Eat to Live. That's where that, you know, that wisdom came from. So I fast once a month, and then I do 1 day a week. I mean, 1 meal a day. So that's intermittent fasting. What are in the chemtrails? Poison. I wrote a book about that, but specifically polymer fibers, aluminum, strontium, barium, and a bunch of other kind of metal particulates that are creating a plasma-like shield in the upper atmosphere of our planet. Any advice for young women in their 20s? Well, for one, get my book, Keys to Womanhood, because I wrote a whole book with advice for you and all young women. But, you know, mainly focus on being present in the now. And listen to people when they tell you who they are. You know what I mean? Learn how to be single, learn how to be with yourself, get in touch with nature, and figure out what your passion is or your niche is, that one specific special thing that only you can give to the world, you know, because all of us have it. So that's your job right now, to figure out what that thing is. And when life is getting too stressful or too fast or too difficult, turn it off. Because this is your planet and your universe. And everything is responding to where you are. So if you are not in a good space or things are kind of chaotic around you, then that means you need to turn off the world, press pause on the world, and start to focus within. My next speaking engagement publicly is going to be in LA. It will probably be at the beginning of June. I originally was going to do it in February, but I've just finished ghostwriting a book, and I just had too much going on. I do that too, just so you guys know. That's another part of my business. I have a publishing company. So if you've ever wanted to write a book or a workbook, and you have a business where a workbook might be something that would be feasible to make money, you can pay me and I'll do it for you. Or you can do a consultation and I'll show you how to do it yourself. But yeah, so California, in LA, probably at the beginning of June is when my next event will be. And I don't know when I'm going to be traveling again to do speaking engagements. I'm kind of trying to check the temperature, just because they're, you know, kind of rolling back all of this insanity. I'm just waiting for their next move. We see what's happening in Ukraine, obviously, but yeah, now is not the time to get complacent or start thinking that shit is sweet, because it's not. So June, I have a Telegram book. I have a Telegram page, ZaZaAli Uncensored, but I only talk about the stuff that I can't talk about on social media there. So if you have thin skin, or you don't really want to know, or you're prone to fear,
easily, then you might not want to tap in there. But yeah, ZaZaAli Uncensored is my Telegram. And I haven't been promoting it because, like I said, I'm trying to kind of fly under the radar. You know, and artificial intelligence is kind of monitoring everything that we're saying and doing now. So yeah. The publishing workshop, I've been working on that in bits and pieces, but like I said, I just wrote a book. So I haven't been able to focus on it 100%. Going back to what I was saying, I'll probably be able to really sit down and focus on that within this next 2 weeks to try to get that out by next month. But it's coming, because it's, you know, I want to be able to give people the tools and the resources to be self-published, to own a publishing company, to know how to print a book from manuscript to, you know, having it in hand, and all of the kind of complexities that come with that, as well as writing, you know, a kind of a writer's workshop. So it's coming. I just want to do it, you know, right, and at the high level capacity that I want to. And it's a lot of information, you know. I don't do Twitter. Book suggestions, all of my books. I don't know. It depends on what you're into, you know. I love history, so there's history books. Spirituality, I don't know. Any of Neville Goddard's books. Dr. Joseph Campbell, The Power of the Subconscious Mind, Michael Beckwith, Inner Visioning. Yeah, as I think I have a link on my Instagram for recommended books if I remember. So I don't do Twitter. How do I keep myself in the love frequency when I'm going through darkness? By creating. And by listening to yourself and not trying to, yes, my clubhouse is just my name, ZaZaAli. Listening to yourself and accepting whatever comes from the listening. You know what I mean? Like, you in a dark space, and so your mind is telling you that you're never going to be anything, or you're never going to accomplish your goals. So the first step is actually hearing yourself say that. Right? And then acknowledging how unhealthy or unfavorable that language is to yourself. Do I have message to the Black man? You got to be new here. You cannot be a recent follower of my page. Yes, I have all of Elijah Muhammad's books behind me. Yes, I have yet message to the Black man. And you know, what I tell my clients is when it's just too much or it's overwhelming, sit in the dark. Turn all the lights off, take all the technology out of the room, no candles, no nothing, no sound. Just sit in the dark and just focus on your breathing and listen to yourself. You know what I mean? Because when you're stressed out, okay, thank you very much. Don't play with me about message to the Black man. I'm being facetious. Because a lot of us don't really know ourselves. And so by listening to yourself, you learn yourself, even if it's a whole negative conversation going on in your head. The first thing to do is to hear the conversation and to, you know, to assess that language in your mind. Step outside of yourself and look at how you're treating yourself. Like when I tell my clients that have children, you would never let your daughter talk to herself like that. You would never let anybody talk to your daughter like that. Right? So if you have a niece or a little cousin or a child that is endeared to you, imagine somebody talking to that child the way that you're talking to yourself. Right? So starting to observe where you are right now, that's the first step. Sitting with yourself and focusing on your breathing, being present, giving yourself time to be in nature and get sunshine. And so, because nature always puts things in perspective. Whatever your problems or issues are, I assure you, when you stand next to a beach, you know what I mean? It pales in comparison to the power and the greatness of nature and of God, right? So spend time alone, listen and monitor how you're thinking. Take 48 hours and just write down how you're thinking. You know, from the time you wake up to the time you go to sleep at night. And if you're in that percentage that I talked about before, you know, 70+% of people have consistent negative thoughts. Okay, now I'm one of those people, right? I'm talking for you. Okay, now I see what she was talking about. I'm one of those people. Wait a minute, ZaZa, you are not going to be talking to me like that. You know what I'm saying? You are not going to be handling me like that. My parents handled me like that. The world, I'm not talking about me, I'm just saying, life handled me like that. The world is disrespectful. The world is chaotic. The world is crazy. I am not going to be allowing you to talk to me like that. So stepping outside of yourself and starting to observe yourself, focusing on your breathing. Yoga is always a go-to for me. The Alchemist is one of my favorite books. It can put you in that imaginary kind of wonderment state of mind, being of service to others, doing something good for somebody else, especially when you may not be in the best place. That is a great way to lift your spirits, right? So those are some of the things. And be compassionate and empathetic with yourself. The world is hard enough as it is. You know what I mean? You lost your hair. You used to look better. You need to make an OnlyFans. Now you see what happens when the savages come around amongst the righteous. Fragrant Weekend is the name of this page. Y'all go see who this person is. You see what I'm saying? We having a righteous conversation and here comes Satan. That doesn't mean anything. I don't have any self-esteem issues. I'm not worried about my hair or how I look. I can assure you that is one problem I do not have. But thank you you could have said anything and you said something stupid. Thank you for identifying yourself. Do you think after the midterms shit will hit the fan? I mean, I think shit's already hitting the fan. The numbers of people that are dying and that are having very detrimental adverse injuries is very high. So yeah, it's already hitting the fan. Is the gas prices and food shortages and all of that type of stuff. I mean, that all of those things are in play, but I don't think we need to be cautious and careful in planning, but we also don't need to be in that lack-based consciousness. Like I said, in my father's house, there are many mansions, right? So my son will never miss a meal. I'll miss meals, but it'll be because I'm fasting. So even in context of paying attention and making sure that we know what's actually going on in the world, we also have to be intentionally focused on consciously creating reality, right? So from that space, that balance of being aware of what's happening, but also in your mind and intentionally knowing that in spite of it all, that you're going to be okay. So midterms is not even really, I mean, the government doesn't exist anymore. Biden and Kamala are not running this country. Your senators and judicial members and the Supreme Court, these people are not running this country anymore. Justin Trudeau is not running Canada. You understand me? He gets on camera, he reads a program and a script, and he's telling you what his masters are telling him. The concept of government as we know it is over. So what's the answer? Govern yourself. And obviously, we still got to deal with elections and all of that type of stuff. I'm not downplaying any of that, but we're moving into a space where those things aren't going to exist anymore. They already don't, but they are just carrying out the orders of their masters, so to speak. Yeah, weak-minded. I told you guys before, weak men trigger me. So don't come in here in my space. Just leave me alone. Have you been to Africa? No, I have not. I always wanted to go to Kemet. I want to go see Hatshepsut's temple more than anything. She's my favorite, historical figure. But yeah, Kemet is one place. All of that's on hold for me right now. I'm not, doing too much any international travel. I will deal with the devil I know until my spirit gives me the green light, to start making moves internationally again. But it's just a matter of time. Somebody asked me a question. Do I have a Rumble? No, but I am going to create one because I'm getting ready to put out this Kingdom Within presentation, and it's going to be all of the stuff that I can't talk about censored. So I'll probably put part 1 up on Rumble just so that that can, be accessible and available to people all over the world. Do I listen to Dr. McSee? Yes, I do. I listen to him, Jane Ruby, Sherry Tenpenny, Dr. Maliki, not Dr. Maliki. Oh my God, Dr. Arlene. I've just butchered his name. I don't even want to say the names because I don't want my page to get flagged. But yes, if you follow me on Telegram, I post the stuff some of the stuff that I watch. What subjects have you written books on? the scientific intervention in our affairs, plagues of dysfunction, dealing with the Black male female dichotomy, you know, and our lack of self-accountability and some of the things that we need to be focusing on. The science of sex, dealing with the, you know, the way that sex is kind of being cultivated in this society, as well as the spiritual aspect of sex. You know, the male sexual anatomy, female sexual anatomy, you know, the power of the partner that you choose, and how, you know, these data energetic downloads happen, you know, through the sexual relationship. The science of self, mind, dealing with the conscious and subconscious mind, the power of your thoughts, energy, frequency, vibration, change your mind from lack to abundance, going from being a low vibrational being or operating in lack-based consciousness and being in a higher vibrational state or higher state of consciousness, and keys to womanhood, whatever young lady and woman should know. I literally am like an encyclopedia, you guys. I just do a lot of reading and studying and stuff. Do I have an app? No, I don't. All right, you guys, I'm getting, what do I think of cancel culture? I think that we start wars to avoid the real wars. You know what I'm saying? And all of this craziness that's going on online, and, you know, how much energy and, you know, that starts with celebrity. That celebrity culture is where that started. People have been trying to cancel me for 10 years. Let's just get that out the way. Okay. People have been trying to cancel me. Some of your faves, by the way, have been trying to cancel me for a long time. And yet here I am, better and stronger and brighter and more vibrant and more happy and more in love with life than I've ever been. So thank you very much to the peons and the peasants of the world. I'm fasting, you guys, so my brain is working at a different type of capacity. My email address is info@ZaZaAli.com. info@ZaZaAli.com. My website is ZaZaAli.com. And on my Instagram page, there's a link in my bio where you can get direct access to all of my stuff. I'm going to leave you guys. Will you ever write a book on empaths and highly sensitive people coping in a chaotic world? There are so many European authors, but not many from a Black author. So this is a great question. And I'm going to leave you guys with this. The Science of Self is a book that I'm going to write that is going to encompass or incorporate all of the, not all, but some of the ancient and indigenous cultures and teachings, our spiritual, our spiritual teachings, and mesh that with the Quran and the Bible, and some of the other things that I've studied from around the world, Buddhism, Taoism, and things like that. So this is going to be my kind of offering to the world of, you know, a spiritual blueprint, so to speak, from the great minds of all of the people, the indigenous culture specifically, but then religious and spirituality, new age thinking and things like that, the stuff that resonates with me. That book is going to take me a year to write, and I'm going to have to stop working and doing everything to focus on that. Right now, I'm writing a textbook called Ancient People, a social studies and history textbook. And I'm doing that specifically for all of the homeschoolers, people that are being forced now to homeschool their children, or just, you know, regular homeschoolers. I want to give you guys something that can help make that path and that process a little bit easier. So look out for that. I'm hoping to have that out by this summer. It's a lot of work, so I'm trying to be diligent about doing that consistently. So that, the publishing workshop. Also, I'm doing a 90-day women's program for 10 women only. And we're going to do a miniature version of what I do with my clients. And I'm getting ready to launch that. So if you're interested, email me info@ZaZaAli.com, and I'll give you guys more information about that. Just for women, only 10 women, a 3-month program. And I'm going to do that every 3 months. So I will be able to work directly with you, opposed to you just watching me in a workshop. All the stuff that I've been talking about here and that I do with my clients, you'll be able to deal with me directly in a group type of setting. All right. Peace and love to all of you beautiful beings. I have talked for 4 hours and I am fasting. right? So let me just make sure I take a moment to appreciate and value myself, because I have no energy, but I do have I have God energy flowing through, but I know I'm going to crash when I get off this live. But some of you guys have been listening to me the whole time, and that means everything to me, because if I can hold your attention for 4 hours, then I know for sure that God has spoken to me and through you. So peace and love to all of you guys. Thank you so much. ZaZaAli.com is my website. Make sure you support if you've gotten value out of this conversation. Let's make these relationships reciprocal. All right. Peace and love, y'all.